And we are live.
Well, hi.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Hello.
Oh, stuff and things.
And shiny things. Lions, tigers, bear. Oh, my ride. It's furious and fast. Supersonic. Okay, done.
I think you covered like 4 different songs and genres in that little diatribe.
I did. It's all one song. I wonder if you know how to live in Tokyo. Okay.
Nope.
You see it, then you mean it, then you know you have to go fast and furious.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's Tokyo Drift. It's the only Fast and Furious movie I've ever seen.
If you say so. I don't believe you.
I'm going to take your word for that.
Cool. Look it up sometime.
Yeah, for some reason, just don't. I think you've seen more than just that one.
Little do we know.
I honestly haven't. I don't like car movies.
Little do we know, Zorro has like 6 different monitors, each one dedicated to a different Fast and the Furious movie around her computer as she's playing on a loop.
No, if I'm gonna have screens set up for a Vin Diesel marathon, I'm having all the Riddicks up there.
I'm with you on that. Yeah.
Including the cartoon.
No, no. What was the Last Witch Hunter? No Last Witch Hunter.
That wasn't a Riddick movie though.
No, I was just asking though. But it was a Vin Diesel movie, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It was, and I have yet to see it. I don't care what people say about it. I still want to see it.
It's a fun movie.
Yeah, if you go in not expecting a great movie, if you go in just expecting what that movie was, movie was complete fan service to his D&D character. Is what the movie was.
Yeah. Well, they did. I saw the D&D thing afterwards that they did as a special. So I've seen that. I just never saw the movie at the time. So I'm okay with this.
The Last Witch Hunter. Vin Diesel plays IRL D&D.
Yeah. It was.
If that's what you're expecting, it's totally great. It's wonderful.
Good. Okay, good. My expectations are already there then.
Isn't that the whole reason why we have the Blood Hunter class now?
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Because he took, I think it was the Ranger class, and modified it to be Witch Hunter specifically for Vin Diesel for that one-shot thing and for the movie. Mm-hmm. And then he took all the work he did on Witch Hunter and started building Blood Hunter off of it.
Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, I honestly, what I think is like some studio approached Vin Diesel, whichever studio put out that movie, approached Vin Diesel and we're like, hey, we want you to do this movie. And he really just went, yeah, I'll do that one if you do this one. And I think that's how that movie happened.
Let me tell you about my D&D character in the movie.
Right. I mean, again, it's not a terrible movie. It's just not a great movie either.
I mean, you know what? If he has the time and the money to keep making movies in that series, I'd be down to watch them.
Yeah, I'd watch another one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was another movie I want to say that he did that didn't do super well that I actually really enjoyed. It was a sci-fi movie or a cyberpunk movie, but I don't remember what it was.
I think I know what you're talking about. I just don't remember what it was.
I have to go look it up now.
Sounds vaguely familiar. What am I eating? I am eating. You know what? I don't know. It's kind of odd to say. I actually don't know what I'm eating. It's ground beef with tomatoes and cheese with sour cream and salsa on top.
I was with you to the sour cream.
You like that? It's like a shellless taco bowl without half the disgusting stuff, which makes it good. So, yeah.
Babylon AD.
Babylon AD.
I was just about to say that.
Yep, that was the movie.
It was a good movie. I
enjoyed it. It didn't like the reviews of it weren't great, but I enjoyed it.
Did you all just like go to the Googles and we're just like, we're all gonna find this?
Well, you were talking about shellless tacos, so
I was asked a question,
and all of us literally just hopped on second monitor. They're like, one moment here.
Yep.
Well, I think as soon as you said like kind of cyberpunkish movie with him, we all like, I know exactly what you're talking about, but I don't remember what it's called, so we all had to look it up.
Yeah, I need to rewatch it now that I've remembered that it exists.
I'm glad I provided filler.
I was gonna say something. I completely lost what I was gonna say.
I need to.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've played, so I missed the last couple sessions. I had, unfortunately, had a death in my family, so I was dealing with that. Not my immediate family, luckily. My grandmother passed away, so I was dealing with that. So I missed the last couple of sessions. So somebody's gonna have to tell me how we went from trudging through the desert after HB Fox mercilessly killed a poor, wet behind the ears bandit. To what appear to be bathhouses.
No, murder in bathhouses. Let's be clear.
Yes.
So I missed the murder too, so I didn't know that that had occurred.
Oh.
And,
So-
I'm just putting it out there for whoever decides to explain this. I'm just putting it out there as the dog whisperer in this group. The next Mabari I see, I will train him to be yours, Orzus. So I got you, bro.
As long as he's like the size of a horse, I'm good.
They don't get that big, but
They're the size of dwarves.
Shetland pony.
We can duct
Shetland
tape
pony.
like 3 of them together, and it'll be the size of a horse.
Just like feed him red lyrium or something. I'm sure it'll make it
Oh
bigger.
yeah, because
You know what? Yeah, let's do that.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
So
It'll be
Fox,
fine.
did
Yeah. No,
the
that's
very
great.
traumatized wizard want to do a recap of what happened.
I think HB Fox is the one who's going to be giving us the rundown of what happened, because it was just
Traumatic.
trauma.
You have 2
trauma
episodes
and-
worth, buddy.
Trauma in the 30th degree for Esthea.
I mean, it wasn't great for her. She's had better days.
like the day where she killed the innocent bandit.
I
well,
mean,
let's just say we put her under the bus later.
that was kind of a really good day compared to the one she just had. So, you know.
All right, so catch me up. What happened?
So I think we last were with Orzus when we were in
Ostagar.
Ostagar. Yeah, that's
Yep.
it. And
We were taking the body to Ostergard.
we were.
Thank
Orzus
you so
wasn't
much for that.
with us for the prison thing. Was
No, he wasn't.
No,
Okay.
No,
but
he wasn't.
no, but he was totally the one that let people on to know that you were a blood mage.
You know,
Yep.
I figured it was him. Thanks for that, by the way.
Might have said a thing.
So, yeah, that's right. Okay, because we ended that session with me going off to go find the commander to look for better lodgings. That's right. Okay, so we started off with me going to the watchtower to meet with the commander, who I didn't get to meet with immediately. There were 2 guards, well, guarding the watchtower that wouldn't let me by. So instead of dealing with these fools in front of me, I took it upon myself to try to get the attention of the one in charge. And I threw a coin up at the window, and that didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. They just shut the window on me. And then I happened to mention to the 2 guards that I may have been from Tevinter, and they got really mad at me for that because they're nationists. Yeah, so they pulled their swords on me, and I was just like, I've had enough of this shit, and I started to walk away, but they didn't let me. I was captured, gagged for a second time, then dragged up into the tower to meet with the commander and the guards and that ranger lady that was just off on the other side of the room. I didn't get to talk to her. I'm really sad about that. But my companions didn't get off scot-free either. Their presence was requested in the tower, and some angry conversation ensued, and basically they said I was to be executed the next day. So they threw me in a really dingy, disgusting cell down below the encampment. The cot was just like mold in the shape of a cot. There was a bucket. I didn't ask what the bucket was for. I did not approach the bucket. I don't really want to know.
You know what the bucket was for.
I know what the bucket was for. So I just found the cleanest corner of the cell and sat in there. Meanwhile, Valantha was, I think she was visited by, or she spoke to, what's his name? He told
You
me
don't know.
I assume it was the same guy that I ended up speaking to.
If you think so.
As a player, I'm assuming that. But she spoke to somebody, and they told her that Aesthea was both the cause of and potential solution to the blight that just started.
I knew it.
Yeah, my bad, guys. My bad.
Explain how you triggered it, buddy. How'd you trigger it?
I think that's a minor detail that's not really important.
Is
That's
that
kind of
the,
important.
is that the whole what you interrupted in the basement?
No, it starts with the name of it starts with Jimmy.
Starts with Jim, ends with E. I was wearing that amulet that I found down there when I killed an innocent who was named Jimmy. And that was the kind of trigger for a ritual that was apparently attempted and stopped at that point that I finished, and then the blight began. So my bad. I guess you were important after all, Jimmy. Too late now. Yeah. So it was Valentha and Raven. You're not in Roll20, so I can't look at your character name.
Agnes.
It was Valentha and Magnus that went back up to the tower to see the commander to convince him to release me basically into their custody, and we would leave them alone so it wouldn't be their proper problem anymore. And Valantha was very convincing and won him over, but not before they decided it would be a good idea to put on a bit of a show for me with me. So the next day they put a hood over my head and marched me out into wherever we were as though they were going to execute me. They even put me like down on the chopping block and brought the executioner's axe down next to my head and then pulled the hood off and like, hey, you're free to go. So thanks for that bit of trauma.
You're welcome.
I think that was the end of that first session. We started to head out after that.
Nope.
No?
There was more, apparently.
There was
This
a little
is
more.
like 2+ weeks of stuff that I'm trying to remember.
There was the bandit murder.
Bandit murders.
You murdered another bandit?
They're just
They-
bandits. They had
Bandits.
bags of dirt. It's fine.
We tried
they
to
were
warn
dirt
them and they were
bandits.
being bitchy about it. So we're like, eh.
We really did. Magnus was very persistent about you really don't want to do this, guys. Like, just let us go. This is going to end very badly for you. But they didn't listen, and it
No.
ended very badly for them.
Valantha even tried walking away, like, no, I know exactly what you're doing.
Yep.
Nope. And they didn't want to stop. So
They really didn't.
Like a pot shot at you, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were kind of torn to pieces
yeah,
by
we blew
us,
them up.
like relentlessly and violently. We had a lot of anger that we needed to let out, and
It was therapeutic murder.
it was therapeutic.
Magnus literally Gallaghered a guy.
He did.
yeah. With
Um,
1 hit point left too.
and the last guy, Magnus convinced him to run away, to just leave. And Valantha took a shot at him, deliberately missing as he was running, and the shot landed in front of him. Unfortunately for him, that made him trip and fall down. Then it was my turn, and my magic worked for once. It worked very well, and that man was in pieces afterwards. So that was fun. then from there, we met some hunters. No, we met the Mabari, and then Volantha tamed them, essentially. And now we have pet doggos.
Wait.
Then we met those 2 hunter kids that brought us the rest of the way to wherever we are now.
Lothering.
That's the place, Lothering.
Sorry, guys.
And we basically, when we got there, we went straight for the inn to get some drink, food, and rest. Or the innkeeper noted to us that there was a bathhouse in this town, and Magnus and Estia went straight to the bathhouse. It was very nice, very relaxing. The madame of the bathhouse was quite gentle and kind. It was very inexpensive.
Red
Magnus
flag.
knew something was not quite right, but Estia was more concerned with being pampered. So,
Shocked. This is my
Yeah.
shocked face.
right?
And how did that end?
Not very well. Magnus got out of there before things started going south. So
He listened to his gut. He was like, I'm
Yeah.
uncomfortable.
I mean, to be fair, Estia listened to her gut too, which was stay in this bath, get me more wine. It just didn't end well for her. The madame of the bathhouse kind of, I don't know if it was magic or if it was just like straight up drugs, but tried to, put Estia to sleep. And we later found out it was because she wanted to make her into a tranquil, which for those that don't know what a tranquil is, Zorro, if you want to do that explanation.
Here's your friendly tip from the Bioware guru. The word of the day is tranquil. Tranquil, a mage that thought was too dangerous by the Templars and was performed through a ritual to be void completely of magic and emotion, therefore just being regular people with no magic. Back to you, Fox.
The more you know.
Yeah, so that's what she wanted to do to Estia, and
Still not a fan of that idea.
I
It's a
mean,
horrible, horrible thing for mages.
yeah, she wasn't a fan of that idea, but she also had none of her equipment. Her Mabari was in a different room somewhere. She was literally just wearing a robe, like a bath towel. That's it. So she was subdued pretty easily and blindfolded and gagged for a 3rd time.
It was nicer cloth
Sounds
this
like a
time, though.
theme.
Right?
He's getting very adept at pushing those gags out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dexterity rolls for tongue movements are quite skilled at this point.
Tying cherry stems.
I was
Right?
just gonna say doing the tractors with cherries.
Exactly. Thankfully, Magnus, possibly the smartest one in the group, realized that something's not right. Estia isn't back yet, so we should probably go take a look. And Volantha and him went to the bathhouse, and a battle ensued with Tranquils and the madame of the bathhouse. I keep calling her that because I don't remember her name.
Again, they would not back down. They're
She
like,
really
"Ugh,
She,
we're trying to be nice to people."
she really didn't give you a name.
No, she didn't. She was just an Orlesian. That's all we knew.
Yeah, the option was given to them several times to back down. They didn't.
Move.
So
Please move.
Shadow Fox, thank you for that, host.
Volantha and Magnus like completely destroyed the Tranquils, except for that one that kicked Volantha against the wall across a distance of like 8 feet or something. It was just like,
Hard. I got her back though. It's okay.
yeah.
Tenfold. She went in the pool.
And they killed the Orlesian woman, and Volantha went to find Estia, who at this point was still blindfolded and tied up in a bath towel in a corner, crying. She's had a very bad day. And that's kind of where we ended.
They locked your poor Mabari in the sauna with it on.
They shoved my Mabari in a sauna with the sauna on and he was locked in there. That could have been very bad for him.
Poor puppy.
One RP note is that Valentha did see a bunch of scars on Aesthea's back, kind of between her shoulder blades. And that's kind of it. That's where we left off.
She's an angel.
So what is Rojo, what has this been doing this whole time?
So Orzus kind of stayed behind a little bit when the rest of the group went out began to go north towards Lothering. Orzus stayed a couple hours behind, he wanted to get a grasp on how Ostagar's forces were going to be able to hold against any impending attack from the Darkspawn.
That sounds reasonable.
And he helped out a bit where he could, giving advice as to where they can strengthen defenses before he finally decided it was time to, you know, head off before he was caught in another conflict between the Darkspawn and himself. So he was about a day, like almost like a half day or a day's travel behind the rest of the group.
Okay.
So it was easy to track the group. You know, they may have thought they were being stealthy, but they were leaving tracks of bodies and everything in their path. You did happen across the wrecked cart with the merchants and the shredded Mabari cages from the bears.
I forgot what his name was, though.
I think it was...
It may not be important, but I was just like, oh crap, forgot his name.
It started with an R. I forgot his name too. He was just a throwaway NPC. Nobody cares.
Yeah, that's why I like it. Doesn't matter.
I think it was Randall or something like that.
Yeah.
It's Randall now.
Yep.
So by the time that Orzus gets into the town, it's a little past midnight. And you've come across the guards who like look you over and everything, and they don't really question you much, given the fact that you're a hell of a lot bigger than they are, and they see the beat 'em stick on your back, so they just figure, okay, you know, this isn't a Darkspawn and he could handle himself. They just open the doors and let you in.
Okay. And yeah, Orzus probably doesn't say anything to them either, just stands there until they open the doors and just walks fast.
Okay. And while you were traveling, Orzus, you did come across something.
Is it a blood mage? Do I get to kill it?
It wasn't a blood mage, though you did find a small, like, metallic sliver that was embedded into a tree. It's very like, it's like the kind of like that like off grayish color that just looks like you're holding something that's like perpetually always caught in shadow. And the sliver itself is probably about the size of a dagger blade.
The player knows, yeah, I'm not going to touch that. The character is not that smart, so he's probably going to go touch it. He's probably going to pull it out of the tree and to examine it. He's going to be cautious about it, so he's going to, like, if I've got some scrap linen or something, I'd probably wrap it around so I'm not touching the metal directly.
Okay.
A, because I don't want to cut myself, and B, because I don't actually know what it is. And then he's going to kind of go up and put his hand against the tree and very kind of carefully wiggle it free.
And you, given the size that Orzus is, he has no problem pulling the sliver out. And even wrapped in the linen, you can feel that this sliver is very cool to the touch. It's almost like comfortable. I
think that makes me more unsettled because the friction of like wiggling it out of the tree should have heated it up a bit. I'm gonna like holding on to it using my foot, clear out like a patch of ground and set it down on the ground where I can examine it a little bit closer without having to hold it.
All right, let me see the skills here. That's what, page 19, I think. Oh, it was. Wow. I'm getting to remember the pages here. Is there what you're just like looking it over? Or
Yeah.
okay. So for that, you could just go ahead and give me a perception roll.
Oh, good. This is gonna be terrible. Oh, it wasn't terrible. I'm surprised.
All right, and you begin to look over it, and you can see that a bit of cool air is coming up off of it, almost giving that dry ice look. And as you're looking it over, something clicks in your mind that you know that you've seen people have weapons like this in your travels, to where their blades and their weapons emanate this cool vapor from it, and it's able to sort of strike people with a like an ice enchantment.
Enchantment? Sorry, it's gonna happen every time.
Enchantment.
I mean, it's Dragon Age. If it didn't happen, so, you know, something's seriously wrong.
And yet it did it in the third game.
Anyway.
Anyway.
It's so is this like dagger blade size?
Yeah, the shard itself is about the length of a dagger blade.
But there's no like hilts or anything attached to it.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I think Orzus is resourceful enough that he's going to, like, seeing this, he's going to take the linen and wrap it around a couple times around the bottom of the blade, of what's left of the blade, because I'm assuming this is something that just broke after being stabbed in the tree, and make a shank with it, basically.
Okay.
Where he's got like a spot to hold it on the linen, where he's not going to cut himself with it too bad, at least until he can get to a blacksmith.
Alrighty. I will send you information on that when I'll send you the information on it during the break.
Yeah, no worries.
Of what you have. So as Orzus walks into town after that little like flashback, you can see that the town is rather dark. There are a few torches placed here and there, giving off barely enough light to find your way around. The noise from the most part of the town is coming from what is a very large inn near the end of the town. It seems like everyone has gathered there for the end of the day and is just relaxing with drinks. Off in the distance a little bit, you can see over by the small lake near Lothering, there is a pristine looking stone building that is illuminated by a lot of torches. And as you're making your way through town, you can see that the group that you are traveling with is now walking out of the stone establishment, followed by 3 Mabari. The blood mage not looking too well at the moment.
I think Orzus is going to just kind of slip back into the shadows, out of the light, and just watch and let them kind of go by. And just kind of watch where they go and how they act for the time being.
Okay, can you give me a stealth roll, which is dexterity, to see how stealthy Orzus is?
That wasn't bad. I'll take that.
Wow. So
It's a freaking RP stunt.
yeah, he gets an RP stunt. I don't know if there's anything.
Oh, I forgot about the stunts.
I don't think there's anything for like stealth. It's more interaction.
I'm just gonna say with that, he becomes the shadow.
I am the knight.
Like, he just goes full Batman and nobody can see him.
Hey kid, want some candy?
And Orzus, you slink into the shadows, almost like it's a second home, as the group begins to walk by you, and it looks like they're heading towards the tavern.
Okay, I'm gonna trail them, but I'm gonna give them 50 feet between myself and the last party member, just to keep myself from calling attention to myself, because I'm stand out a little bit. I'm a big ass Kunari, so I want to make sure that if somebody looks over their shoulder, it doesn't look like I'm following them. It doesn't look like I'm right there. I'll probably take a piece of linen and wrap it around the silver cap that's on one of my horns, so that it's not catching any torchlight, and continue to follow them.
Okay. So while you guys are being stalked by the world's stealthiest Kunari, what are you doing exactly? Given the fact that you just rescued Astia from a rather stressful situation.
Since I tried to be somewhat comforting back at the spa, and she was just like, I can do this myself. She's standing or walking behind Esthea, just kind of watching her, but she's not saying anything. She's just kind of keeping an eye on her right now.
Okay. Beefy McDouble, thank you for the host. What about Magnus and Estia? What are you two doing?
I think Esthea is just going back to the inn. She's got on the gray smock that was taken from the Tranquils, I guess it was. Same thing that they were wearing. She's kind of got it kind of wrapped up around herself, with her faithful Mabari walking alongside. And she's kind of shuffling her way there, her head looking down low. She's no real energy to speak of.
All right,
And I am just walking ahead a little bit, trying to keep an eye out to make sure there's no more unwelcome surprises.
Okay, so you guys, so the way I'm looking at it now is Orzus is following 50 feet behind Magnus. Since you're the last, you're the last one in group.
I think it's technically me because he said he went up ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, he went up ahead. Okay, yeah, I'm flipping it.
So it's
Okay.
me.
Okay, so Orzus is trailing the elf and the blood mage. All right, and you make your way back into the drunken Kunari. And the establishment is still loud and rowdy. It doesn't look like it's going to die down anytime soon. Giving you kind of the sense that this is the only form of establishment that Lothering currently has to give off any sort of entertainment to any visitors or locals.
Oh yeah, sorry, Imp, that's the name of the inn.
Yeah, I figured it wasn't me.
Not yet, anyway.
Yeah.
So, quick question. I know my clothes were destroyed. I got my gauntlets back. What about the pack that had all my stuff? Was that
no? Your pack is fine. The only thing that was destroyed was your garments.
Okay, perfect. Then I still have my room key. That's
you
good.
still have your room key. Yes.
I hate to try and explain that.
Anything that you carried in your backpack or in like satchels or anything, that's fine. The only thing that was thrown away was your clothing.
Okay. In that case, I'm going straight to my room.
While she goes upstairs or goes to her room, I'm gonna walk up to the barkeep. Can you help me here for a minute?
What's wrong?
What do you know about that Torlesian? One with the spa?
Oh, the sassy one? Yeah, I don't like her. She's too prudish, never comes here. Thinks pretty low of everyone around her. Also, she seems to jump at shadows a lot. Something about mages being the corruption of the world and how they're going to lead the darkspawn back upon us all. It's bringing in like 6 blights or something.
You wouldn't happen to know if she was a mage or anything, right?
Never saw her use any magic, but those tranquil she's got, those things just creep me out.
Okay, well, how long has she been here for?
Let's see, about a month.
She just came out of nowhere? Like, why would an old legion just come here all of a sudden?
She bought the land. You know, we're trying to rebuild. She said she wanted to, I guess, class up the joint, so she built a bathhouse. A lot of the members of the chantry that are still here seem to like it. Some of the travelers seem to like it. She doesn't really cause any trouble. It's just she's not really the best person to get along with. You know, Orlesians and their snootiness.
All right. Well, would anyone really miss her if she just was gone then?
That's a weird question to ask. Why? Did something happen to her?
Let's just say she decided to no longer be with us.
I'm sorry.
Nothing. Just
No. What do you mean she decided to no longer be with us? That can mean a couple things. That can mean she just decided to go back to, you know, Orlais, or she decided to close up shop, or she died.
Well, I was going to try to be a little bit nicer and cryptic about it, but you forced my hand. Let's just say that her and her employees kind of rebelled. Her employees had rebelled against her, and there was a nasty fight, which tragically all of them killed each other. It's very unfortunate. That's why I was wondering if maybe she was unwell or why she was suddenly here. And
Wait, so
not sure.
her tranquil revolted against her? Well,
Say that again. You cut out at the end.
He's like, wait, the tranquil revolted against her?
Let's just say that they just were acting very weird. I'm not 100% sure what was going on with them, but they were very violent, which is very strange for tranquil, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a mage, but I know that tranquil really don't get angry or violent.
Exactly. That's why I was confused, but
Give me a second. And he looks over and calls out. He's like, "Hey, Billy. And you see this like older gentleman, like a little later on into his middle age, look up, and he's like, "Yeah, what? We got a tranquil revolt over at the bathhouse." And he gets up, and you can see now as he stands up, he's dressed in sort of like a heavy leather garment, but you can see that he wears the same symbol on his armor that the gate guards did. Like, fine, all right, you two, let's go. And 2 younger guards stand up, and they begin to follow him out of the tavern and make their way over towards the bathhouse. Don't worry, Billy and his boys should be able to figure out what's going on here.
that's good to hear. Well, hopefully normal violence comes here. Whatever happened.
Wait, normal violence?
Well, haven't you heard? There's darkspawn coming from the south.
Okay, now you're just joking. Ain't no darkspawn coming. Blight's long gone.
I wish that were true. Truly, I wish it was. So just be careful.
No. You don't get to go away after that. What do you mean?
Well, you know what? If you buy me a drink, I'll be more than happy to share the story.
As he just quickly just slides down like a full pint towards you.
Thank you. Well, about 3 days ago, we saw the Archdemon actually flying overhead. We were doing some work down in the Kakari Wilds, and yeah, Horde of Darkspawn just came up. And they're still traveling north as far as I know. That's why I'm giving you a heads up and a warning. I'm not 100% sure history's going to repeat itself. But I would just keep an eye out if I were you.
And he just begins to laugh. He's like, oh, you almost got me there. You know, yeah, another blight, right. It's only been, what, 12, 13 years?
Give or take. Yeah, I'm just as shocked as you, trust me.
Yeah, nice try.
Yeah, well, you can probe me. I mean, I'm telling you the truth. Just give it another couple days. Who knows? If they are coming this way, you'll see something on the horizon. But I'm telling you, we skipped with our lives down south. That's why we're trying to continue north. Again, not saying that they're coming here, but I don't want to take that chance. That reminds me, do you know of any like Grey Warden that are probably around? Or last known place maybe for any of them? Even if it's just one. Because we need to find them. Because the Blight, they're kind of needed.
And as you mention the a Grey Warden, Orzus like kind of like slinks into the establishment, still out of sight and clinging to the shadows.
Oh, there you are.
Oh no, you don't see him.
Oh, I don't see him. Oh,
he is
sorry,
still he's like still full Batman. I'm just saying, when he enters in, he hears you beginning to talk about the upcoming blight and the Darkspawn and the Archdemon, and now you're looking for some sort of Grey Warden, which was not something that Orzus was told.
So yes, do you happen to know where any are, by chance?
No.
That's unfortunate. Well, I would probably tell the guards up front, just in case. I mean, I was going to tell them, but they were so rude to me.
I mean, that's their job.
Oh, well, must be the ears. Any other
Sure.
questions? I mean, like I said, we're running for our lives. Not saying that you probably should too, but I would pack light just in case you see something on the horizon.
He gives you like that look out of the corner of your eye, like, yeah, this lady's crazy, as he just like slowly slinks away.
Happens everywhere I go. Well, thank you, but if anything should happen, don't say I didn't warn you. And I kind of cheers and walk towards my room.
So when Orzus walks into the establishment, and you overhear the conversation about the new blight that's happening, and seeing like confirming that the dragon that flew overhead was an archdemon, and now that Valantha is looking for a Grey Warden. How do you take all of that?
Well, I mean, he knew about the blight because he stayed behind to help.
Oh, this is right. You knew about the blight. That's right.
Fortify everything.
He just didn't know what the plan was.
Yeah. I think he's still keeping an eye on them. He's not really letting his presence be known. He's just kind of keeping an eye on the group more than anything else.
All right.
Does my Mabari sense him at all?
No, he is that hidden that like he slinks in there, and the bartender is looking straight at you in the door, and he doesn't see Orzus come in.
Goddamn ninja. Bloody Talvashoth.
It's like Talvashoth black magic over here, just
Yes,
slinking into
seriously.
the shadows, 8 feet tall. Nobody just pays him any attention.
Nothing happened.
Astia, Magnus, when you guys got into the establishment, was there anything specific that you wanted to take care of, or were you just crashing in bed?
Drink, sleep.
I think less crashing in bed and more crying in bed, but there is a bed involved.
Okay.
Just curled up in the fetal position, rocking a little bit.
Considering how the past 3 days have gone.
This is what happens when you leave me behind.
There's a lot of trauma in that backstory that just came all boiling up at once.
This blood mage could hold a lot of trauma.
So should we go ahead and take our first break for the evening then?
Yeah, let's go and take our first break of the evening, and then we will get back and see what other stealthy things that Orzus can do.
Burn the entire village to the ground. I mean, what?
What? But yeah, stick with us, guys. We will be back in about 5 minutes or so. We just got to get up, stretch our legs, get something to drink, and all that fun stuff. And we'll come back with more shenanigans.
Yeah, if you guys haven't, real quick, if you haven't tweeted, go ahead and do that. Costs you nothing. Helps the channel out a good bit. There's a link in chat for you.
All right. See you guys about 5 minutes.
Okie dokie. Feeding Doge time.
after the day that she's had, locking it would be a reasonable move.
All right, so yeah, Orsis, you find that the door is that she did indeed lock the door.
Okay. The hallway where this room is it empty? Are there people there?
There isn't anybody there at the moment.
What's the line of sight to like the common room like?
Well, you would have to go upstairs and down a hallway in order to get to Astia's room. But seeing as how you saw her down in the common room, somebody was standing at the front door. They could barely see where you're standing at.
Okay. So is there a, and people that are more familiar with the Dragon Age lore would probably be able to tell me, is there a glyph or a mark of some sort that indicates a blood mage?
No.
No. What about a mage in general? Like something that, like, if the Inquisition saw it, they would be not happy.
Technically, it's more of a, oh, there's a blood mage here if you see kind of like a body, some blood, and like a sacrificial blade kind of thing.
Sure.
Otherwise, I mean, I would leave it up to the Rojan's discretion.
So
if you want.
There's nothing canon.
There's
nothing
nothing canonical, but I like where you're going with this.
Okay.
There is an icon in the game for if you choose the blood mage like tree, the skill tree, but it's not like in game, you know. So if you want to use that, you can see what it says, but it's not actually in game.
You could give me a cunning focus to know if Orsis knows about any sort of branding that people would use.
Oh good, all my dump stats. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, that's a dump stat.
6, 7, 8. You really don't recall any sort of specific branding to indicate that a blood mage is in an establishment.
In that case, because he's not that smart to kind of know of anything like that, he's just gonna carve the words blood mage into the door with the dagger that he found.
Okay.
Very quietly. I don't want to disturb Astia. She's clearly been through a lot. I don't want to disturb Astia. I want other people to disturb her.
Okay.
So yeah.
I think that at this point I'm gonna need you to give me another stealth check here.
Which was what? Dexterity?
Dexterity.
Okay. Was that 8, 13?
Calling upon whatever natural stealth abilities that a Canary is gifted with at birth, you very gingerly just carve blood mage into the door with this dagger or the shard, and you could see that every time it cuts into the wood, a little bit out of the carving site, a little bit of ice spreads out every time, but then like quickly like melts away, and it takes you probably about a minute or so, but you carve blood mage into the door.
I think with that, I'm gonna pocket the shard and leave the tavern. Is there a barn or something, you know, across the street in line of sight of the tavern?
There's a stable where people have, you know, are keeping their horses.
Perfect. I'm gonna walk over there. Is there a stable boy or a hand nearby?
Not at the moment. It looks like it's closed up for the night.
Okay, but is it like a barn with doors, or is this like an open air stable?
It's an open air stable.
Okay, I'm gonna find a pen that hasn't been, or that isn't in use, that has some hopefully not wet hay, and I'm gonna go make a bed there and lay down for the night. Basically, not sleeping well, but like wanting to keep an ear out for if anything happens at the tavern, but you know, also trying to rest.
Okay. And you're able to get a decent enough night's sleep in the tavern. It's not the best, you know, bedding you've ever had, but at the same time, it's like a long shot from the worst you've ever experienced. So, given Orz's background and everything, he's fine.
Yeah.
So, sleep comes to all of you. Nothing really happens throughout the night, due to the exhaustion that the emotional exhaustion that Estia went through. She doesn't really experience any dreams this night, and you all wake up into the morning, or in the morning, with kind of like a bunch of mumbling coming out in a bunch of mumbling in the hallway of the upper floor of the tavern, kind of located around Estia's room.
Is it loud enough that it's preventing me from continuing to get sleep?
Give me a willpower focus. Self-discipline if you have it. It's there, but if you wanted to choose to ignore it, you can easily do it.
I'm going to choose to ignore it for at least another hour.
Okay. What about Magnus and Valantha? Because you guys can hear this as well.
Sorry, what do we hear?
It's like a bunch of like concerned mumbling out in the hallway of the upper floor of the tavern where the rooms are located.
I'm definitely peeking my head out and seeing what's going on.
All right, and when you do, you can see there's about 4 or 5 people along with the tavern owner standing right around Estia's room as they're mumbling to one another. And you can see that the Canary bartender that you talked to last night, kind of having like a kind of like rubbing the back of his neck and getting a little awkward look on his face, as he's not really sure what to do.
I'm going to walk up towards him. What's going on here?
So, don't know when, but somebody carved this into the door last night, and it's a bit alarming. And you could see in like very intricate carved letters the words "Blood Mage" on Estia's door.
Can I make some sort of check? Because I only really know one person that really hates blood mages to this extent to fuck with her. Is there some sort of check to see like, oh, he's back in town?
You could give me a cunning focus.
Okay. Yeah.
It kind of like, you haven't known him for long, but it kind of strikes you as something that Orzus may do, seeing as how he tipped off the guards over in Ostagar that Estia was a blood mage.
Does she know I tipped the guards off? Did they tell her?
Yeah.
Okay.
The what was his face? Dalen, the one that you tipped off, gave her the information as well.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's nothing to be concerned here. It's fine. It's a prank.
A prank? This is something that could get people killed.
Yeah, well,
Who
telling me these are hard times.
Who would do such a thing?
I don't know. But it's clearly a prank.
It's just a prank, bro.
It's clearly a prank because that is my companion in there. And this is just slander.
So she's not a blood mage.
No, of course not.
How loudly are they talking outside of my door?
Oh, you can hear it. You can hear it. Nobody is trying to keep it down.
You know, I could ignore the murmuring, but it's a little more difficult to ignore blood mage accusations. So, get up and throw on my gray smock. And
You know what? I think I know where the misunderstanding is. See, she can use magic, but she was kind of battered the other day, and I think there was a misunderstanding.
And then the door swings open.
And as the door opens, everybody jumps back in fright because they didn't expect it to happen. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Just something weird was carved into your door. But your friend here says looks like some sort of practical joker was trying to get the best of you.
And I look at the door at that point.
Oh, and like very nice handwriting, by the way. The words "blood mage" has been carved into the door.
He worked on his penmanship.
She's just like, and she closes the door again.
I think you
Still
hurt
inside
her
the
feelings.
room.
I think you hurt her feelings.
I don't know how I hurt her feelings. I'm the one calling her blood mage.
I think it's the reaction you all had. I feel like this is now a good time just to maybe just scrub it off the door and just leave her alone.
See, here's the problem. It can't really scrub something that's been carved into a door off. I'm gonna have to replace the whole door.
Right. Well, can you just put a sign over it or something in the meantime to, she's just as scared of you guys as you are of her, apparently.
Well, I gotta replace the door anyway now. So you see that he gets down and he pulls out a dagger and he carves "not a" above blood mage.
Literally what I just typed in chat.
Like as he puts the dagger away, and he looks rather pleased with himself. There we go. That should take care of it.
Good job. Good thinking. Thank you.
All right, all you looky loos, get back to your daily lives. Nothing here. No blood mages. False alarm.
And as soon as everyone leaves, I'm gonna wait, and then I'm gonna knock on her door. It's me.
It opens slowly. She kind of.
Oh, don't worry. The crowd's gone.
What can I do for you?
Can I come in?
She kind of looks behind her at the room, and she holds up a finger and closes the door. And you can hear her rustling around for a few moments. She's tidying up the room and
You
tidying.
don't have to
up
put
her
your
hair.
makeup on. It's okay.
And she doesn't put her makeup on, but she does tidy up her hair and make the bed and everything. And then she opens up the door again. Come in.
All right. So, how did we sleep?
We slept.
Are you still okay?
I'm just fine.
Of course you are.
I'm always just fine, of course.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see your Mabari is keeping you company at least. That should be some form of comfort right there.
Yes, well, didn't really do his job last night, did he? Didn't make a
Oh,
peep
well.
at somebody carving something into my door.
I'm pretty sure he was just as traumatized as you.
Can't
The
say
events
I
that happened
blame
last
him.
night.
And you look
I
over at the
was-
Marbarian as you're talking about him not, catching scent of who's doing it. You see him like put his hands over his ears and like hide his face.
Well, I wouldn't say I was traumatized, but it certainly wasn't a good day.
That's for sure. Well, I think I have a guess of who may have carved that on your door, but I have no proof, especially since we haven't seen them in a couple days. But I think today is a good day to probably get you some clothes. I doubt you'd want to be in a robe the whole time. And
No, this is disastrous.
gray's really not your color.
It's really nobody's color.
That's true. Let's get
Mention
some information.
you had an idea of who may have done it. You're not talking about that beast, are you?
Well, I have no proof. Like I said, I haven't seen him, but it's the only person I know that would freely come up here and write that, because everyone else I know that knows of your origin is not here.
Why does he see fit to terrorize me no matter where I go?
Well, clearly he wants you dead. That's
Well, then
obvious.
he should just try it.
So you want to
Won't
challenge him
end
outside
well
of
for
time?
him, I promise you that.
You can challenge him outside if you want. By outside, I mean outside the town. I don't think we want to scare more people. I'm pretty sure we're doing some unintentional damage already.
Yes, I only see that resulting in, well, another night in a dingy cell, which I don't really care for.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we still have a potential horde coming our way. So I feel like even though you guys have this wonderful relationship with each other right now, we kind of have some other priorities. So we should probably get you some
Don't
clothes.
put that on me. He's the brute.
I'm technically putting it on both of you, but the point is, if he is here, put it aside so we can get our shit and get out of here. Because again, the horde could be right behind us. And I don't really want to get caught here. So we need to get you clothes. We need to get horses and provisions for the long journey if we're still planning to go into Denerim. And get the hell out. I would like to go at least by this afternoon. Or this evening, if possible.
Do we even know where we're going?
I thought we were going to Denerim.
Are we? Because there were some very curious things to the west.
There's a lot of curious things to the west, that's for sure.
That falling star, for one.
The falling star is back where we were, I thought.
It fell in the hinterlands somewhere.
You want to go back to the hinterlands?
It's to the west.
Is it true west?
Unless the map I'm looking at is lying to me.
It's south.
Well, I don't know where it fell.
It's
That's
south.
why I'm asking.
I mean, directly to the west is water, but you know, it's the road to the west.
Yeah, like I'll bring up the map here for people
So
so they
you
can see.
want us to backtrack where the horde is potentially coming? How about this? Just throwing it out there. If we have our little group meeting and we decide, let's go back to plan A where we were going to go to Redcliffe. It's on the way, sure. Maybe we'll go out of the way if it's clear. But again, priorities.
Well, priorities right now are clothing. So, shall we?
But do you want me to come with you?
You don't have to.
Well, I was just saying you get yourself clothes. I'm not really into...
I'd rather
Fashion.
not be jumped by more of those tranquil. Should there be more?
Well, you have a Mabari.
I do, but now at least half of this dingy little town thinks I'm a blood mage, so it's probably not best for me to just walk around.
Well, clothes shopping isn't really my thing, but I suppose I can gather information and see where we can potentially purchase some provisions and horses while we're
Yes.
out shopping.
Of course, and we could always get you something a little better looking at the same time.
Right. Sure. I will meet you out in the hall then. I will have some breakfast while you... Oh, I guess you're already technically dressed.
Don't
I'm gonna go
remind
get some
me.
breakfast. So whenever you're ready, we'll...
I'll be down in a few minutes.
Right. All right. Then I'll walk out.
Is Orsis somebody who is an early riser, or does he like to sleep in?
I think due to his background, he's probably an early riser.
All right, so you get up around you're up like around the same time the sun is beginning to rise, and you notice a couple of the townspeople like walk in, and they've got like really like crappy looking weapons, you know, a couple, like it looks like they just grabbed like a couple pitchforks and like little sickles off of the farm or something. They walk into the tavern. You hear somebody mentioning something about a blood mage, and they're in there for about probably a good like half hour, 45 minutes. You see, and then you see them walk out with a very almost disappointed look on their face, and you hear like one of them mumbling about a false alarm or something like that, and how they just wasted their morning. Oh, sorry, Zoro, your camera is hidden. My bad.
My husband just messaged me. He's like, "Why'd you switch your camera off? What happened?" And I was like, "Oh." I didn't know.
I'm an idiot. Give me a moment. I will get
Cool.
I'll get Zoro's camera up and running.
It's cool. It's cool. Everyone only has the pleasure of seeing my face on the non-map one.
There we go.
So I let a dice determine what I was going to do.
Oh, that's always good.
I will walk out to the people that are exiting the inn and feign ignorance and just ask what's going on.
Well, somebody carved blood mage on a door in the inn, and everyone got up into a hoop and holler about it because, well, we don't like blood mages. We thought we were gonna have a nice little spectacle of burning one at a stake. Turns out it was a false alarm and somebody was just playing a prank. Kind of sad, though.
How do you know it was a false alarm?
Friend said her friend said it was a mistake and she wasn't a blood mage. And
right, but isn't that what the friend of a blood mage would say?
God damn it, Orzus. Shut up.
Orzus. I like Orzus. He's causing trouble.
This fucker.
You could give me a persuasion roll on that for communication.
Oh God.
Another one of my dump stats. All right. I don't know. My dump stats have been rolling pretty well tonight, so I'm not gonna.
He's gonna think I'm a goddamn liar. Oh, thank God.
2, 4, 6, 7, but you have roleplay stunt. You have a roleplay stunt. So for 2, you have 2 roleplay stunt points. If you go to the set 2 players guide, the very last page has the roleplay stunts that you can use.
All right, that's why I can find this because it's the set 2 one. All right, let's see.
Oh fuck.
That one had to be just within the 2 points.
Yep, that's why I said that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna use. I think maybe we'll go with the sway the crowd.
All right, so your interpersonal efforts are so effective that they spill over into others in the area, and you affect one additional person of your choice past the original target. You may use this stunt multiple times on the same roll. However, if the test that gave rise to this stunt was an opposed test, you may not expend the effect to anyone who has a higher ability plus focus total than the original target. Well, I can tell you right now that they're kind of country bumpkins here, so
Yeah.
all right. So first person isn't going to it kind of like looks you over and gives you an eyebrow and is like, but blood mages don't got no friends. But since you use sway the crowd, you can give me another communication roll to go against the one of the other people that are in the group.
Blood mages don't have friends, which is what they want you to think.
And now you get 4 roleplay stunt points.
They obviously can't work by themselves. They'd never get anything done. So I'm going to use 2 sway the crowds.
Okay. So you can give me 2. You can give me 2 more communication rolls here.
And then he gets 6 stunt points on that one.
And 5 on
And
the next
5.
one.
Oh, come on.
Sorry? No, I'm not.
So
The-
all the one that you originally talked to is like, no, I don't buy it. I mean, I got to believe the friend. I'm out. You know, you all can stay if you want, but I got work to do. But everyone else is so enthralled with the way that Orzus has swing this case, that they begin to get up. They begin to like rile up and everything. It's like, the Canari's right. That's totally what a blood mage's friend would say. And like you see them like turn around, and like the three of them begin to stomp back towards the tavern.
I'm gonna go back to the stable and just sit and watch.
Oh my god. Oh my god, why?
All we want to
Because
do
I
is
can't get
our
my
shit
hands dirty. I
go.
have to have somebody else do it for me.
Get our shit and go.
Go
Jeebus.
shopping, man.
All right, so while this is going on, in the impending doom of the group is now being sent towards back towards the
They're
tavern.
farmers. They'll be fine.
I mean, this is true. They're nobodies, but what is Orzus doing right now?
Going back to the stables.
Oh, I'm sorry, not Orzus, Magnus.
Well, Magnus would have woken up to the rather large, heated conversation in the hallway. But since they have obviously gone off to do stuff, Magnus is going to get breakfast and starting the day with alcohol, because that's how you do things.
Because that is definitely how you do things. I mean, if you're a dwarf, that's how you do things.
I mean, I've done that. Yeah.
So Orzus is downstairs, just getting some nice breakfast and everything.
Magnus.
Yeah, it's the S at the end of it is what it is. It's the S at the end that's throwing me off here. But yes, Magnus is enjoying a nice, plate of like cooked sausages and just a hefty portion of meat and beer. When 3 rather agitated looking townsfolk just barge back into the room. And they're like, "Dwarf, good. We can use one of you."
I look up, look at the probably still half full mug of beer, and go, "Need me for what?"
Well, I don't want to disturb you, but there's a blood mage in town.
Well, I'm already disturbed, and I'm not done breakfast, and this mug is still half full. Everything you want is going to have to wait until this is done. And really, a blood mage?
I mean, I didn't believe it at I didn't believe it first, but somebody carved it into a door saying there was a blood mage, but then this elf said, "No, that's my friend, that's not a blood mage," and so we believed her. But then a Canary outside made a really good point that that's exactly what a blood mage's friend would say, so she's a blood mage.
Have you considered thinking for yourselves as opposed to listening to everybody else?
You can go ahead and give me a communications roll, but it's going to be a really good one after the frenzy that
Can we do a persuasion here?
yeah, you could do persuasion.
Sure.
6, 11, 14,
16.
16. Like, I have to roll this for 3 of them.
Go Magnus. Go Magnus.
You make a good point, dwarf.
Tell you what, why don't you all just grab a nice mug of beer and just sit down? You obviously look incredibly riled up for this early in the morning.
I got it. We'll give her the test.
Just
No,
sit.
no. You said think for myself, so I'm thinking for myself. And he walks over. He walks over to the to Estia's door, and he just pounds on it.
And she just kind of shouts out from the other side, I told you, Valenta, I'll be down in a few minutes.
Oh, no. I don't know what a Valantha is, but you're coming with us. You need to do a test.
Slowly opens the door, just like this much. And who are you?
And as you open the door, he pushes the rest of it open, and like he just like, goes to grab you by the collar of like the gray robe and just like begin to lead you out of your room and down into the common room.
Can I try to avoid his grip when he reaches for my collar?
Yes, it will be a contest here. I think it's just gonna be it'll be his strength versus your dexterity.
My dexterity is 0, so these dice better roll nice. And they did not roll nice.
So you try to back away, and he just grabs like a handful of the robe and begins to pull you out and downstairs. And as you begin to walk lower down the stairs, you hear the other like bumpkins in there begin to like hoot and holler that they got the blood mage. Magnus could totally see that that they've got Estia, who again has just this confused and worried look on her face.
Would Bon Mott work effectively in this situation for her? With the double ones?
Oh, she did get no, because this isn't a role play stunt. That was just a straight up test. She could do a normal combat stunt if she has it, but it's not. I don't think it's gonna work because he got a 17 on the opposed check.
Yeah, and I think you only get stunts if you succeed on a roll, I think, and in this case, on the opposition,
you totally did not.
Oof.
And Valentha, you can hear down in the common room all the bumpkins beginning to chant test. And
is he dragging her out into the street?
Orzus hears them like whipping up into a frenzy into the tavern as Estia is pulled out onto the street, and it looks like they're just like dragging her off to the lake.
So as they drag her out of the tavern, Orzus is going to get up and walk over and put himself between her and the bumpkin.
What are you doing, Kadari? We got our blood mage.
How do you know she's a blood mage?
I knew
Who would say such a thing?
But you said that we shouldn't believe the friend of the blood mage because that's exactly what a blood mage's friend would say. And then the dwarf told us.
I've never spoken to you before. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna need that skill roll with that one.
I really hope this goes well.
This is going to be. Oh.
Before you another Canary.
Before you tell me, can I use intimidation? Because he would definitely go like, are you saying all Canary look the same?
You know what? Yes. If you're gonna go that way, you can. I will let you try to intimidate him.
No, intimidation is a strength roll. Is that fine?
That is fine.
Okay, just making sure.
That is fine. And he gets 2 stunt points on top of it.
Yeah.
So you can use sway the crowd.
Yeah. So he's immediately stepping between Estia and the bumpkin and going, "Yeah, I've never spoken to you before in my life." And when he replies, "We just talked to you," he's immediately like, you see the anger flare up in his eyes, and he's gonna go, "Are you saying all Kunari look the same?"
And are you going to use sway the crowd for the other ones?
Yeah.
All right, so go ahead and give me another intimidation roll.
Oh god. Okay. Yeah. That's fine.
He doesn't. That's not going to succeed, so he doesn't get the stunt point. As he looks at you, and you can see the worry in his eyes. He's like, "No, that's not what I'm saying, sir. I could have sworn it was you who was making the sense out here, but I apologize, but we got a blood mage. We're sure of it."
You have a harmless young lady in gray robes, and you have a riled up crowd. That's what you have. Let go of her.
And you see there's a moment of hesitation, and he sighs and he just lets go of Astia's robes.
Now, don't you have fields to tend to or something?
All right, everyone, back to work. We're not gonna dunk the girl in the lake to see if she floats.
For the record, that's witches, not mages.
And again, the crowd just turns away in kind of like a very saddened state as they all go back off to do their own thing.
Or is this, we'll turn and look at Astia and grin and just go, "Good morning."
What the hell are you playing at, Kunari?
I don't know what you're talking about. I just saved you from a crowd that was bloodthirsty. You should be singing my praises.
Crowd that I have reason to believe you riled up.
How so?
Well, they would have no other way of knowing who or what I am, and it's coincidence that they all get riled up when you show up in town?
They are
Just-
clearly talking about another Kunari. Are you as
Just
racist as
command
they?
against Kunari? Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, god damn it.
Girls,
Never
you're both
mind, come back. You can have her.
you're both pretty. Let's just. Hi, Orzis.
You're welcome.
Just say thank you. Remember
I'm
what
sorry,
I said
is
earlier?
there no apology on the end of that you're welcome? Not just for this, but for the incident back in Ostagar.
Oh, did something happen?
You know, I have some shopping to do. I'll see you a lot later. She turns on her heels to start walking away and puts her fingers to her lips and whistles for her Mabari.
And as you do, the Mabari just comes like bounding out of the inn, and then right as it gets to like your side, begins to walk in a very proper fashion.
I'm trying to walk in a proper fashion, but you'll only be so proper when you're wearing a gray smock. And was just dragged out of a tavern.
This is true.
Hi, Orzis.
Hey, good morning. What was all the commotion about? He's still got a big grin on his face.
Right. Did you hear about the other big commotion?
Nope.
Yeah, well. Long story short, Darkspawn are maybe coming this way. We're getting shit and getting out of here. You can come if you want. Bye.
Oh, that commotion. Yeah, I did hear about that. So, Darkspawn seemed like a good reason that we should go find a Grey Warden. Yeah?
You are so right. Where shall we start?
That is a very good question.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not by shopping, though. We should just begin making our way.
Oh, so do we just want to walk the whole way?
I'm fine, but you do have short legs.
I mean, I'm quite fast. I don't care. I'm used to scouting, but...
Well, let's go then.
you're so pretty. And I'm just going to walk away and follow Asthea.
Why is it that like why is it that every group that we have always tries to fuck with one another? It's like a lot of the conflict that happens is caused by somebody in the group.
It's not my fault that she's a blood mage.
I'm just minding my own business, trying to get a little extra sleep.
Being a blood mage.
Blood mages have to sleep too.
In his defense, he hasn't seen some of the inner party changes, at least as far as being friendly and everything. So
Taking our anger out on those bandits really did a number for the party coming together.
It really did.
Astia should be thanking me for preventing her from ending up in the lake.
Asthea, wait up. I don't think there's anything fancy here, so just find something quick if you can.
I can't just wear anything.
Yes, but you can't be picky.
Dear, your clothes have to make a statement.
Yeah, and so far it said, let's gag her and throw her in a prison.
Right, which is why I'm changing out of this smock.
Into something that will get you gagged and put back in a prison.
Into something better than gray.
Well, it doesn't matter. Even if you wanted to look so fancy, it's probably not going to happen here, so.
Of course, not in
Right.
this town.
While you are having a discussion about if you're going to find any fancy clothing, you do see some of the independent stalls have been opened. People are peddling their wares, and there is somebody selling clothing.
I'm going to immediately go to that stall and get the attention of whoever's running it.
As you go over, you see that it is a dwarven woman who is currently like putting up a couple dresses up on display, and she's got like folded out some like leather travel gear and everything.
Ugh. Excuse me, you there, do you run this place?
Oh, I would say so. You work at the bathhouse.
Excuse me?
You
Oh,
got the robes. You one of them tranquil people.
not quite. They're on loan, let's call it.
Ugh.
Yeah. Are you the one that perhaps supplies the lady that runs the bathhouse with her clothing? Somebody in this town must.
Oh no, she gets it from that snooty Orlay. No, I don't supply her with anything. She creeps me out.
Yes, well, you're not the only one. All right, then. That's a little unfortunate. She did have good taste. Don't suppose you have anything better than this brown leather?
Oh, that's just travel gear. I have. What are you looking for?
Something with style, with taste, with color. Something that shines.
Style, taste, color, shines. Flowing or more skin tight?
Are we really doing this?
Oh, yes.
Ugh.
Well, it seems we'll be doing a lot of traveling, so I suppose skin tight would be offer a little more movement, freedom of movement. So
Get a heavy cloak too. It's cold down here. You're not used to it.
Yes, I've noticed.
Thank you.
Are you particular to any color?
Reds, golds, anything along those lines.
Give me a moment. And you see her like go back behind her behind her stall, and she goes into the back of a large wagon, and then she comes out with a bit of a large dress box. She's like, I think this may be what you're looking for. And she opens it up, and it's this, it's more of a traveler's garb, to where it's skin tight, but it comes with like the flowing cloak and everything, and it's this soft golden color emblazoned in red, and there's a soft white trim around the edges of the cloak.
I must admit, I'm surprised to see a garment like this in a town like this.
Oh, you never know who you're going to come across, but I take it you like it.
Oh, I do. Do you have somewhere private I may go to try it on?
She walks over and she pulls out like one of those large curtains, the folding curtains, and just puts it up against her stall. She's like, you can change in there.
I suppose that'll do. While I'm trying it on, if you have anything a little nicer for my elf friend here, feel free to bring it out. She picks up the garment and goes behind the curtain.
And the dwarven woman looks over at the elf, and she's like, you don't really want anything, do you?
I stare at her and then walk away. Nope. And while she's changing, I'm going to see if there's like a horse and stable type area where we can maybe potentially purchase a carriage and horses.
The only stables that you've noticed were the ones that were near the tavern, and it looks like that's just where people are like hitching up horses as they travel on in. But they're like, Lothering still seems like it's on the up and coming at the moment. There isn't really a stall, not a stall, but a stable anywhere to buy a horse specifically in town.
Do I know anyone that may look like they're in charge that can maybe point me in the right direction?
You see there are a couple of stable hands working the stable near the tavern.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Hi. You wouldn't happen to have a cart and a horse or two for sale by chance, or anyone in town?
No, not in town. But if you're looking for horses, if you go a bit out of town to one of the farms, Jacob sells them. I know he's got a fresh stock of a new breed of horse that he's been raising. Maybe looking to part with a couple of them.
And where's this Jacob? Which part of the town?
Well, you're gonna have to go outside of Lothering. He's to that way, as he points east.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll walk back to the stall. Or the
stall.
Clothes stall. Clothes stall. Sorry. The clothing stall. Too many stalls here.
The clothing stable.
There we go. That one. Yeah.
And as you walk back, you can see Astiel walking out wearing the garment, and it fits comfortably. It doesn't look like it's going to be, it doesn't feel like it's going to be a hindrance at all.
What do you think?
I think it's the best I can do in this town.
Ah, you like it. It'll be 3 gold.
That seems fair. I'll pay the price.
Did you get a cloak?
So you can see that the upper part of the clothing that she's wearing did come with like some sort of a hooded cloak.
What about you, Volantha? Did you find anything you like?
Oh no, nothing was in my size, unfortunately. I'm too skinny for human clothes. Unfortunate. Next town.
So before we go on our next break here, what are Orzus and Magnus planning on doing in town?
Orzus was going to assume that Magnus was in the tavern drinking and go join him.
Okay.
That is a good assumption.
So Orzus and Magnus are going to be drinking buddies.
Considering that I haven't heard a ruckus from townspeople, I assume the whole thing diffused itself at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it was diffused.
Diffused by some Kunari diplomacy.
That is diplomacy that I think we all need to be trained in. No. Finish breakfast and then is there someone who would sell weapons of any variety around here?
There is actually a smith here.
There is. I need to find myself a couple more throwing axes then.
All right, so let's go ahead and take our second break for the night, and then when we come back, we'll get to the interaction between Orzus and Magnus, and then into Magnus's shopping trip for a dress made of axes.
Yes.
And it's a pretty dress. So shiny.
But stick with us, guys. We will be back in about 5 minutes here. Just going to get something to drink, and then we'll continue on to these shenanigans. Let's hope that nobody else is accused of being a blood mage while in town.
Who would do that?
I have a feeling this is just going to be a running gag. Is every town you get to, Valantha is just accused of being a blood mage and gets like random gags just shoved into her mouth.
Who would do that?
I don't know. All right, we'll be right back, guys.
Some psychopath.
I've run out of things to say, so I think we should get back to the game. I think. Give me 2 seconds, and I'm sure I will come up with something else. So you've got like 2 seconds for Urgent to get us back.
I mean, if you want to go on the tangent about how much you hate halflings.
Okay, so Raven's back. So what's Magnus
That's
doing?
a 4 hour.
We don't have time in the stream.
That's
Yeah.
an entire episode.
So while like the shopping montage between Valentha and Estia is going on, Magnus is still trying to enjoy his breakfast as Orzus walks into the bar. And Orzus, you can see that Magnus is just taking a seat at a table, trying to enjoy his meal and his drink. Still kind of got like an annoyed look on his face that the bumpkins came in and bothered him before he had his, morning pint of ale.
It's the equivalent of interrupting someone mid coffee. It doesn't end well.
Well, let's face it, ale is just dwarven coffee.
Yes. Since Orzus is the one coming in here.
I'm gonna look around, see Magnus, and just go sit down. And yeah, just not say anything. Just go join him at the table.
The moment I see Orzus sit down, I kind of look over to the owner behind the bar and just point to my mug and raise a hand, point to the mug.
And he nods and he just walks over and he puts a mug in front of you and a mug in front of Orzus.
Perfect.
Yep, just gonna nod. Like, I don't think there's gonna be a whole lot of RP between Orzus and Magnus. I think we're just like, yeah, all right.
So
Are they doing the bro thing where they're just like, "What's up?" Going,
No. So what was all the commotion with the villagers and the blood mage, and obviously Valentha's or Esthea Esthea is all right.
Oh, yeah, there were some riled up townspeople that were trying to burn her at the stake or drown her or something. But I stepped in, but as usual, she was unappreciative.
Of course. Of course. Did you happen to see where they ran off to?
The pumpkins?
No.
Oh,
They should be doing farmer things.
yeah, that's what I told them. But no, she waddled off in her linen gray cloak thing. Something about not being decent.
Well, considering her old robes were probably burned. Yeah, I could see that. And meanwhile, in the meantime, Magnus is just sort of like downing the food and the beer. Doing this, I need to go find a blacksmith of some variety.
I could, yeah, why not?
You didn't happen to see one, did you?
No, just got into town.
You didn't run into the bear on your way in, did you?
Bear?
There's a bear.
For wrestling?
No.
Oh,
Is that a thing where you come from? Do you wrestle
occasionally.
bears?
It's fun. You just got to make sure the teeth stay away from the neck, and you're okay.
Right.
Sorry, I had an out of character moment where I was like, because Orzus does have scars across his chest from a bear. I almost want you to know how I got these scars. Sorry. Did I see a blacksmith as I was tailing them the night before?
You did. The blacksmith is one of the larger set buildings in the town. Like you've got like a bunch, like when you walked into Lothering, there's the Chantry temple or chapel that is in the process of being rebuilt. A lot of focus seems to be being put on that at the moment. And then there's the tavern, an apothecary, and a blacksmith that have set buildings for their establishments. And then you've got the bathhouse, and everything else at the moment is just small stalls that merchants have set up outside to do their daily business.
So I think Orzus will look at Magnus. Yeah, I know where the blacksmith is, and then we should go see about that bear.
The bear was back south where we came from.
Surely he's come further north by now.
No, that's where his it's her cave was.
Oh, so you know where it's at. Even better.
Roughly.
Fantastic. So I think we should go
Valento
see a
was-
blacksmith, and then we should go tame a bear.
If you're trying to tame it, that's gonna. Oh, we might want.
I mean, let's just face it. Bears are just Canary Mabaris.
I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking. Actually, that's kind of what Wisp was thinking, which is now what I was thinking. I'm gonna totally give him credit for that.
As the DM, I highly support the idea of taming a bear.
I like this idea a lot.
Oh God, this is going to
Actually.
go badly. So I'm just going to sort of knock back what's left of the beer and just take off looking for this blacksmith.
Chat is full of good ideas tonight.
Oh,
Shun, that is yes,
The best ideas.
full of good ideas tonight.
Lord.
I don't see how this can go poorly at all. I think you're fools if you don't try to go get that bear.
I will wrestle that bear to the ground.
No.
So I will lead Magnus to the blacksmith.
All right. And again, it's not that hard to find. It's like right as you walk out, you just take an immediate right, and you can hear the clanging of metal on the anvil, and every now and then you see the small glow of the forge as it's being the billows are being pumped in. And you can see that like they have a small display table out in front of the shop where they've got a couple like daggers and horseshoes and sickles. It's just showing like, you know, what you can expect to find there. There are axes in there as well, and a couple not many, but a couple like small pieces of armor.
I have to ask, is the smith a dwarf?
No, the smith is not a dwarf. The smith is a human.
We'll see.
So, I'm gonna walk into the blacksmith. I'm assuming he has like an actual shop.
Yeah, it's like it's separating the two spaces. It's got like the shop area, and it's got the outside forge where all the work is done and everything.
Okay, so is he behind the counter?
There is somebody inside behind the counter, but the human is working the forge right now. Excuse me.
All right. Well, I'm not going to go disrupt the guy while he's working, so I'm going to go into the shop.
All right. And as you walk in, there is a excuse me. I think I'm losing my voice, and I better not be. There is a human female behind the counter, and she gives you a friendly smile as you walk in. And you can see along the walls there are a lot more product on display. There are things like bear traps and harnesses for larger animals like horses. There are a larger variety of weaponry, mostly swords and axes, as you can see. And again, there's like random pieces of armor. Like not like a full suit of armor, but like it's very piecemeal. It's like just like helmets and chest plates, a couple bracers. They don't look like they're gonna match at all.
So, I mean, my armor set is fairly taken care of, so I don't need to worry about that. So I'm gonna pull my mace off of my back, which is probably about as tall as she is, and just with both hands set it down on the counter. And the spikes from the mace are probably digging into the wood on the counter, as just from the weight of it. And then I'm going to pull out the little sliver makeshift dagger that I have and set it on the counter as well, kind of right beside the mace. Can you make that into that?
You want me to make the mace into a dagger?
No, other way around.
The dagger into a mace.
Or part of that mace. Whatever the dagger
no,
does.
I could do that. I could do that. I'm sorry. I was confused. I didn't know if I was making a tiny mace or what was going on. Oh no, this is easy work.
Good.
I can have the apprentice work on this.
No.
Oh no, the only reason why I would say this is because he is a dwarf, and he is the only one here who can bond items such as this together with lyrium.
Magnus, that check out?
I mean, if it's a dwarf smith, I would trust his work.
All right, do it. I need another thing.
Oh yes, of course.
And I'll walk over to where one of the harnesses are hanging on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
One of these, made from metal to fit a bear.
I'm sorry, you want a bear harness?
Yes.
I mean, we get weird orders every now and then. Sure. So the binding for your weapon and the barding for a horse. So it's gonna cost around 5 gold.
I pull out 15 and put it on the counter. Rush order.
She takes 10. She gives you 5 back. It's like 5 will do for a rush order. And she doesn't pick up the mace. She like tries to pick up the mace and it's like, can you help me here?
Yeah, and he'll just pick it up one-handed.
And she grabs the sliver and she leads you into the back area where the a dwarven boy is sitting there, and you see him setting up a bunch of tools, and there's a small chest. You can see that there's like a small deposit of lyrium inside of it. And she's like, just drop the weapon here, and she sets down the sliver. It's like she goes to the dwarf and she whispers something into his ear, and you see him nod, and he just walks over and he begins to he just grabs some lyrium, and he just looks at the weapon, looks at that, and he just nods, and she leads you back out into the main room.
Magnus, you got beers at breakfast. What am I getting you?
Oh, all I need to do is replenish my stock of throwing axes that I carry. And you can see there's actually 3 empty slots on the bandolier he has.
Oh, throwing axes. Yes. Well, we have they're about 2 silver a piece, but you can, if you would like, you can buy a set of 10 for 15.
Do they come with something to carry them?
It's like, well, make it a full 20. We could throw in a bandolier.
20 silver?
Yes.
I think we can accommodate that.
And I'll, before he puts, he says, I put a hand on his shoulder.
Opening up his coin.
Put a hand on his shoulder. Your dwarven friend back there,
Mm-hmm.
he didn't happen to make any throwing axes special, did he? I don't know, catch fire in midair or call lightning down from the heavens.
Normally no. Those are special orders. All of the weaponry and armor that you see here is made by our smith, and he's over there working right now.
Well, how long would it take for what sounds good to you, Magnus? Catching fire midair, thunder from the heavens?
I mean, if we're actually discussing this, thunder is always preferable.
How long would that take to be doable for my friend here?
Well, if it's a special order, the axe needs to be made to be able to hold the enchantment.
Don't care about the particulars. How long?
About 2 days.
Magnus, how far away was that bear?
Day away.
About a day.
I will make you a deal, Magnus. We will get you axes that call down thunder from the heavens. And while they're being made, we will go get myself a bear.
This sounds all right, as long as Valentha and Asthea are okay with this.
If they're not, we'll just leave them behind. Be fine.
I look at my Mabari, who's probably following close at hand here. It's like, what do you think?
And he looks at the two of you and just gives a very stern bark and nod, like giving you the signal that he's totally down for a bear hunting adventure.
You just want to. Oh, this could be interesting. We're not killing the bear.
I'm gonna crouch down and look at the. Sorry, I know they have a name and I'm forgetting
Mabari.
it. Mumbari, thank you. Look at the Mumbari like face to face. Grab him kind of not hard, but like firmly at the ears. No killing. This is mine. You have your dwarf. This will be my bear.
And he gives a short boof and then he licks you on the face, like letting you know that he understands you.
Gotta give him the and stand back up. Maiden, shopkeep, whatever your title. Have those axes prepared, and he puts the other 5 gold back onto the table.
Yeah, yes, very well. So how many would you like?
10?
I don't use them that often. 5
10.
for 20.
Oh, okay, we will get right on that.
How long for that bear harness?
She walks over and she looks around. She walks into the smith side of the area, and you hear like a bunch of jangling. She comes out. She's carrying a very large harness, so she puts it onto the table. Funny enough, we had an order from the Houndmaster. Apparently, he had the crazy idea that maybe he can make one a mount. He never picked it up though.
Probably got eaten.
I look over. I nod. Yeah.
That'll work. And he picks it up and just throws it over his shoulder. Well, Magnus, let's go get a bear.
All right.
I don't see how this goes south at all.
That'll be fine.
So the two of you walk out of the out of the smith shop, with your enchanted mace and the now bear harness slung over your shoulder. As Valentha and Astia see the two of you walk out in the very weird looking predicament that the two of you are in.
Valentha, Asthea, exactly who we were looking for. Apparently, we're going to make a slight journey back south.
I mean,
I'm sorry, what?
southwest. That's where the star fell.
I
Southwest.
point up at the bear harness that Boris is holding over his shoulder. No, south.
I'm sorry, please explain.
The harness isn't for you. I need something to go into it.
Yes, I've gathered that much brute. What do you plan on putting into it?
Sorry,
A bear.
it's frozen. I think we broke Zorro.
Nope, I think that's just her character's face.
Yep, Zorro's broken. Her internet probably pooped again.
I swear I saw her eyes move, so I thought she was just holding that face for her character.
Well, rip.
Well, since that's out and our cams get disjointed when that happens, let's take our break while she gets back, and we'll just take it a little early.
Okay, we can do that.
All right, so you guys hanging out, watching, listening to me rant about stupid gatekeeping. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break while Zora gets her laptop back up and running, and we will be back momentarily. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere.
All right, we are back for the moment. Give me one second as I reorganize all the cameras here.
Just to have to redo it again when Zora gets back. But
I mean,
it'll
it
be
happens.
fine. So if you guys missed it before the break, as Rojan's taking care of that, Zora's laptop crashed, which screwed up all the cams. We're not gonna progress the story at the moment because she's not here and she's kind of in the scene. So
She was in the middle of a really, really puzzled expression.
death stare at what
The
is this?
huh?
Yeah. What was I gonna say? I was gonna talk about something, and I know what I was gonna talk about. So if you guys are halflings and gnomes, I have no problem with gnomes. Halflings can go get fucked, but I have no problem with gnomes. If you're a real life halfling, I'm sorry, don't like you. I don't have any problem with you if you're a real life halfling. That's fine, because you're not a stolen bullshit race in D&D from Tolkien.
Now, is it halflings or specifically halflings of a certain class?
It's all halflings because it's a bullshit race stolen from Tolkien that gets bullshit racial features, and it's full of bullshit. Kinder are actually fine. I actually have no problem with Kinder. One of my very early, I don't think it was my first or second, but one of my very early D&D characters was a half elf that was raised by Kinder, and I had a lot of fun with that character. Because I played him the way that Kinders are the way that their society runs and operates, where ownership isn't a concept that they actually have. They just borrow things from each other. So he would just borrow things from his party members, and he was fine with that. They weren't so fine with it, but he was fine with it because that's just that's how he did. Or like, a string on your coin purse broke out of the 15 that you have holding it to your belt. Oh, I'm just going to hold that for you to make sure you don't lose it. He was a Kinder for all intents and purposes, other than being a half elf. I think that character actually ended up going into the Nine Hells, getting possessed, and killing an archdemon, from what I remember. My DM at the time let me be very flexible with rules and stuff, and if you've never met me, if you've never heard me talk about horror movies, if you've never seen the tattoo on my arm, Hellraiser is a huge influence on me and my favorite horror movie series. The 6 movies, there are only 6. There are no more than 6. There definitely wasn't one that came out 2 years ago. So she ended up getting some nice chains that she could control telepathically in her back that I may have used to decapitate people with. It was fun. I mean, as you do, she essentially became a Cenobite, which was my goal for that character. And then she became stupidly overpowered, and it wasn't as much fun to play her anymore. But before she was stupidly overpowered, it was a lot of fun. She got a wish spell and was like, I wish I had the strength of a hill giant. I wish I had the dexterity of, I don't remember what I said at the time, but it was something like a displacer beast. And, so she got god tier stats and was just like, okay, this isn't fun anymore because there's really literally no challenge anymore. Which is also why I tend to run lower level D&D games, because once you get into the upper tiers, like, what am I going to do to challenge a party? I'm going to throw 15 dragons at a time at you. Like, it gets silly. Which is why I tend to run mid-tier games. So yeah. We were wrapping up the campaign, Shun, and he made sure that like I phrased it a very specific way to get what I wanted. Because he kind of knew it was coming. It was the end of the campaign, and that was just kind of how her story arc ended. So I'm sure she's a god in some D&D realm somewhere, probably still decapitating people with chains, because that's what she did. Anyhow, let's go get a bear.
No. We have to continue from that very.
Oh, that's right. From Zorro's look.
That look of what?
So yeah, we're gonna go get a bear.
I'm sorry, what?
We're gonna go get a bear? Is common not your native tongue?
Why are we getting a bear?
Because we have Mabari and he wants a bear.
Actually,
Oh,
it's just because I want a bear. I don't really care about your dogs.
Okay, well, you can go get a bear because I'm not backtracking when there was a horde coming up here.
Oh, it's fine. It's just a horde.
Right, and we're totally immune to darkspawn taint. That's lovely.
Well, we
Aren't
are
you?
going to be waiting roughly 2 days for the blacksmith to be done making something.
Wait, I thought we were leaving as soon as possible because of the potential horde coming this way.
We are leaving
What
as
is,
soon as
what is
possible.
this about 2 days?
We're leaving as soon as possible right now to go get a bear. On our way back, we will pick up the thing. It'll be ready at that point, and then we can leave.
Okay. How about you risk dying
I already
From-
am. I'm
a horde?
walking around with a blood mage. I'm literally risking dying every day.
Do you want to say that a little bit louder? I don't
I'm
think those
walking
people
around
are-
with a
Di-
blood mage.
Okay. Wait, Magnus, are you really in on this too? There are plenty of other bears up north. We can go up north and find a bear along the way.
I think it has to do with this one being close.
Ugh.
Wait, this isn't the bear that tore that handler in half, is it?
Yes,
It
it
might be.
is.
Something about that, yeah.
To be fair, we're technically completing his work because if no one's noticed, that is a bear-sized harness, which isn't common. Apparently, he was going to tame this bear to begin with.
What?
I'm pretty sure his work was completed when he was ripped into pieces.
Not to mention he's almost sacrificed 3 Mabari for it.
Was the handler a Canary?
No, he was human.
No.
Oh well, I'm asking the party.
No, he was human.
And there's the problem. I wrestle bears for fun. It'll be fine.
I don't even know if I want to go along with this idiocy.
Hang on, I need to roll a dice real quick to see if I do something after that comment. Yeah, I think he's gonna pick up Valentha on his shoulder, like just sit her on his shoulder. Like, I don't think you have a choice, and begin walking off.
Oh, I'm totally trying to get off.
Okay, so that will be a strength and dexterity contest between the two of you.
Would might come into play for this.
And yes, I would like to use a stunt.
No, I don't think might would come into this because might is your weapon.
Okay, just figured I'd ask. By 3. Boo. I tried.
You know, maybe I don't even need a stunt. I'm already out of your grasp.
Well, you can use a stunt if you want. It could even be a roleplay stunt.
Okay. What do I have? 4? Yeah, you know what? I will hold on to Tower of Will. Give me a +1 bonus to opposed tests.
Okay.
All right, fine. I won't pick you up. Sheesh. And you just
Thanks.
sit down.
Yeah, don't ever do that again.
I will remember that when you want me to pick you up out of mud. Oh wait, that's
I'm-
the other mage. Never mind. Or the mage.
Yeah, hello,
You're fine in
Dalish.
mud.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But
You know what?
offer the bear.
I walk to the apothecary.
Okay, you walk
Agnes
into.
is being obviously torn here and is now standing in the middle of the street, very confused.
Mommy and Daddy are fighting again.
That seems to be the normal in our campaigns.
Yep.
What is Estisha doing during all this?
I don't know, because I have two options here. I can just go back to what we were doing before, or I can use this situation to my advantage for something that's a little sneaky. That's always an enticing option. You know what? I'm going to do exactly what you did and what I usually do in this situation.
And that's fair. The amount of shit that Orzus has given you. Okay.
Roll a die to
Oh, I
determine.
thought you were just going to go ahead and fuck me over.
Oh, that too.
Okay.
I also have an innate curiosity about what Orzus had attached to his weapon.
Okay. So Magnus is still there, right?
I'm standing here watching Orzus walk in one direction, Valentha walk in the other, going, well, this is a conundrum. Or...
Okay. I'm gonna lean down to Magnus and be like, you know, chasing a bear does sound real interesting.
The
I
fuck?
would like to have Valentha with us if we're going to do this.
Well, perhaps if I could convince her to come with us, you could help me with a little something. Answer quick, dwarf. I'm not very patient.
I can see the conflict in his eyes where he's just like, fuck.
Why not?
Perfect. So, meet us out by the gate of town in, say, 15 minutes. We'll go help you with your bear thing. And when we come back, you can help me with something.
I like how this is now Magnus's bear thing.
This is not...
Good. Deal. 15 minutes. We'll be there. And she heads towards the apothecary.
Magnus just... Okay, fine. Fine.
Right, and as all of this is going on, Valentha, you enter the apothecary, and there is an elderly human woman inside. She just gets.
Excuse me. Can you help me?
It depends on what you need help for, dearie.
I was wondering if you had a couple herbs for me to purchase.
Well, this would be the place.
Do you happen to have any elf fruit?
Oh, yes, quite a bit of it.
All right, I'll take some of that. And do you happen to have any philandris?
Let me see. She walks behind her counter, the counter, and she's got like a little section cordoned off with like some plants. She's like looking through. She's like, nope, looks like I'm all out.
I think for philandering, you have to go to a brothel.
That's not what it is, smarty pants.
Sorry, it was there.
Ah.
Just like the brothel.
All right. Well, do you have any artist bless?
Yes, I have some.
All right, I'll take a little bit of that.
Is that your
Do you
dog?
also have? Yes, it is. He's like right behind me. Hi, baby. It's fine. Wake up. Stop snoring. It's my mini Babari. Do you have any health potions?
Ah, those I do have. So
How many and how much?
well, let's do one thing at a time. You had a request of 2 different herbs. How much of each do you want?
How much will a bundle of elf fruit get me?
A bundle of elf fruit, you're looking at 10 silver.
All right, make it 2.
2 bundles?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then just 1 bundle of the bless.
Okay. And how many health potions are you looking for?
How much do they cost?
I normally charge 25 silver a piece.
How many do you have?
I have quite a few. It depends on how much you need.
Oh, I don't know where we're going, but we have a very long journey ahead of us.
Well,
Do you have like 6?
I do have 6.
And how much were they again?
I think I said 15.
15 silver?
Yes, 15 silver.
All right. I'll go ahead and I'll take it.
Okay, and she brings up the 6 potions, and then the 2 bunches of elf fruits, and then, oh god, what was the other flower you asked for?
It was the bless, the artist bless.
The artist blessed.
All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Appreciate it. And then I'm going to start walking to the smithy.
All right, and as you turn around to walk out of the apothecary, Estia walks in.
And she's just standing there with a big smile on her face. Oh, hi, Philip.
What? Hello?
Were you going somewhere else? Let me accompany you.
All right. Did you want something?
A little chat, that's all.
Right. You're oddly happy all of a sudden.
Oh,
You
I'm
want
just
to
excited
chat.
to start moving again and get out of this blasted town. But you see, well, it seems Magnus really has his heart set on going after that bear. I spoke with him after you left, and although I'm more than happy to leave the Canary behind, I feel like we need the dwarves' help going forward. I don't want to do it any more than you do, but if we assist him, make the task go a little quicker at the very least. And if the Canary happens to fall in the battle, then we just leave.
Okay, so this is weird because he knows what's down south, and it's a day's journey back to where we found that bear.
Yes, I tried to explain it to him, dear.
Are we doing this because the Canary is jealous of us having companions now? Is this why? Why didn't he get a bear on the way up?
Are.
This is stupid. This is so
It is.
stupid.
I agree with you, Valentha. I don't want to do it. I just want to be out of here. But the quickest way out of here is to help them with this stupid bear problem. Then it seems like the thing we should do.
See, here's my concern. We pushed on the last couple days. We are probably, maybe, I'm just guessing, because again, all speculation and situational. I don't know if the horde's right behind us, but last we checked, they were heading in our direction. We got maybe a 2 days head start, or ahead of them, I should say. So if we spend a day going down back there and a day back here, by the time we come back, it's probably roughly the time the horde's coming. And then
I tried to explain it to him, but if we don't help them, then it's just you and I heading out from here. And Really,
I'm oddly
with-
okay with that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I will miss Magnus, but I kind of have a priority right now.
Valentha, you've seen what happens in seemingly every town that I enter. Do you really think you and I can handle another situation like that?
Well, if this is probably hard for you to hear, but if you would listen to me and keep your head down when we go into town.
I did nothing wrong in this town, Valentha.
That is true. I do give you that. And I commend you for not doing anything.
If it wasn't for Magnus accompanying me to that bathhouse to start with, then he would not have known to come back. And without him, I would not be here right now. You understand, I owe him for that at the very least. I don't want to do this silly bear thing, but we need Magnus and we need to get out of here as quickly as possible. If he wasn't so bent on doing it, I would just go, but we need him.
What's that, Saran? You want to go?
Your Mabari agrees with me.
Saran, don't agree with her. Sorry, the other dogs are riling him up. So, hey, I'm RPing here. Hey, come here. Hold on, sorry.
As the dog wants to get in on the RP. Poor Ogren.
Okay. Shush. Okay. Shush. Okay. Anyway, okay. We have. Okay. Okay. So, how about this? If I agree to this madness, you guys are paying for the carts and horse.
Deal. If it gets us out of here quicker, it's a deal. As I've said, I don't want to do this any more than you do.
For the love of Mythal, I can't believe I'm doing this, but fine. We're going down, but I am going to the smithy first before we go.
Okay, perfect. We have plenty of time. I told them to wait at the gates for 15 minutes. Should be plenty of time to go to the smith and meet them there.
All right. I'll meet you down at the gate.
We'll be waiting. She gives her a little nod and kind of skips off towards the gates.
I let out a very huge, exacerbated sigh as I go to the smithy.
There's just something wrong with seeing a blood mage just begin to skip through town. Nothing good could come through that from that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so so the three of you are waiting at the gate until Valentha finishes her business at the smithy.
That's the plan.
I'm just beyond at this point. It's like, why?
I'm debating on how I greet Astia.
So terrible.
It'll be
All right, I'm going to the smithy.
I think Orza smiles as Astia walks up. Hello, mage, and just doesn't say any more than that this time around.
You know what? Given what just transpired, I think she approaches also with a smile on her face, and she's just like, "Evening, Kunari."
You found yourself some appropriate garments, I suppose?
They'll do for now.
Good. The gray was a little drab.
Dismal.
Yes.
Speaking
Yeah,
of
nothing good could
horses,
come from this.
all the excitement.
I'm waiting on the moment that something happens to get Orzus and Astia on the same page, and then just like, oh shit.
What did we just do?
The archdemon just slinks back off into its temples like, oh, I'm out.
Right. Shino, no problem. First time here, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I didn't get a chance to mention that a moment ago. We were in some RP. So I don't know how the cameras are set up. I'm just going to point in random directions. The person over there, who's probably not over there at all, Roja Quest is the GM. All right, I got the cameras pulled up. So the person up there, there we go, is the GM. So he's running the show. I'm playing Orzus, who is a Kunari warrior, I think is the technical term.
Yeah.
HP Fox, who's over there, is playing Astiza, who is a blood mage, and I've forgotten the race.
She's just a human.
Oh, human. Okay. Ravenslark, who is below me, is playing a dwarven fighter named Magnus, and Zoro, who is kitty corner from me, is playing Valintha, who is, I believe, an elf ranger.
Dalish elf, darling.
Dalish.
There's a difference.
It's an elf. I don't know. I'm not. I know that there's a difference. I'm not up enough with my my Dragon Age lore to be able to tell you what the difference is, though. But there you go. So if you've got any other questions, feel free to ask. And welcome in once again.
Yeah, HP Fox's character is a Tevinter blood mage.
She's a terrible person. That's really all you need to know.
Kind and wonderful.
So while the creepy smiling between Astia and Orzus is going on, Valentha, you find yourself in the smithy as the human woman behind the counter gives you a polite smile as you walk in. And you could see again the same thing that Magnus and Orzus saw when they were in there. There are multiple weapons across the walls on display, a couple like piecemeal armors around, and various amounts of farm tools as well.
Hello.
Oh, hello, ma'am. Is everything okay?
No, but I'm sure it'll get worse. The day is still young. I would first like to sell a couple things before making any kind of purchases or orders.
Oh, but of course.
I have a couple of short bows. What do you want for them?
A couple?
Mm-hmm.
Well, put them up here and let me check their quality. She begins to like look over each one of them here. They seem to be in fair enough quality here. They have been used, but it is definitely something that we can sell to the community at large here. I am happy to give you let's say 3 silver apiece.
Only 3 silver?
They are used. They are in good condition, yes, but they are used. We will have to restring them and smooth out any dents or chips in the wood.
Can you make it 4 silver apiece and we'll call it a deal?
Since you're gonna try to pawn stars this,
I go higher, but I know they're not worth that much, so I'm not even gonna try.
I am trying. Where is persuasion on here? I know there's a persuasion roll for this skill.
I think it's
communication.
Under cunning.
It's communication.
Oh, communication. My
Yep.
bad.
You can give me a communications roll.
Oh, it's one of my weaknesses.
4, 8, 9.
I was gonna say I've been rolling dump stats all night and doing really well somehow. So hopefully that continues.
I can do 4 each.
Thank you so much. Go ahead now. Do that. Right. Okay. So I have a bow. I don't know if you're even capable of doing this, but do you do any enchantments by any chance?
Oh, yes, we do. We actually have our own dwarven apprentice who does enchantments.
Enchantment. Sorry, it's gonna happen every time.
It's gonna have to happen.
All right. Oh, undead or fire. Well, most of the things we're going to be facing are probably going to hate fire. So can you enchant it with a fire, please?
Just a simple fire.
Yes, please.
Oh yes, yes, but of course. And she takes it back. The enchantment itself will be just simple fire, 50 silver.
All right, that is doable. And do you happen to have? It's always good to have a backup. Do you have anything that's sturdier for a dagger? Something that's quite strong, durable steel.
Well, any one of our daggers or swords or axes are made or come with a guarantee that they won't break if you try to stab something.
Yes, but do you have any like strong steel? Maybe even enchanted?
Enchanted steel? No, like everything we have here is iron. If you want steel, you're probably better off at the moment going to the dwarves.
Do you have any here in town?
No, only our apprentice, but he enchants.
All right, well, as I keep repeating myself to everybody, it's a very long journey. I have no idea when we're going to go back into a town, so sure, let's go ahead. Let's get a knife, and can you do a holy enchantment on it against undead?
A holy enchantment, yes, that will be another gold, though.
All right, that's no problem. All right, well, I'll go ahead and I'll do that. How long will it take for the enchantment?
Oh, no, nothing at all. Just one moment. She collects your payment. She puts the bows in a box behind the behind the counter, and she walks into the back room. And it takes a couple minutes, but she comes out with both your bow and the dagger.
It takes a couple minutes for what?
The enchantment.
Enchantment!
Sorry.
You know me and Imp are just gonna say it. It's like Okatoa.
It's not ever going to not get said.
Oh god.
Oh,
Okay.
Sandal.
I miss you, Sandal.
Enchantment.
All right, and I'll hand over the silver and the gold. They're like, one last thing. I actually forgot about it. I heard that my companions were getting some stuff crafted that might take a couple days, so if I am stuck here, how much will it cost me to create some armor for Mabari?
Oh, Mabari armor. That's a new one, but it's something we can definitely do. We don't see many Mabari aside from the Houndmaster. What are you looking for it to be made out of? We can do some leather, we can do some fur, we can even do metal.
Just out of curiosity, this is out of character. For animal companions with metal armor, does that decrease their speed or anything at all by chance? It probably does.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be the same as the player.
Yeah. Same rules, like with an animal companion, same rules apply to a player character.
Okay. Oh, but you only said you have just regular iron, correct?
Yes, we have basic run-of-the-mill iron. It's not pig iron, but it's iron.
No, but I was hoping for something a little more durable, like onyx or bloodstone. But
again, that's something you're gonna have to speak to a dwarf about, or maybe in Redcliffe.
Of course. Well, in the meantime, I suppose it will be leather.
Leather, very well. So just for one Mabari?
Just for one.
Full grown?
Full grown.
Okay. That'll be another 75 silver.
All right. And I'll go ahead and I'll hand that over. And that will take also a couple days, I suppose.
Yes, that will take about a day and a half.
Perfect. All right. I'll be back then. Thank you very much. Oh, one last thing. Can you actually get it engraved at all?
Oh yes, we can that's something that we can add on to anything.
Actually, it's leather stamped, whatever. I couldn't think of the word.
Stamped into it.
I'm going to start. I'm going to pass her a symbol that looks like a wolf with 3 eyes.
Okay.
Can you just put this on the side of it for me, please?
Oh yes. The embroidering or the stamping or whatever you want to call it is another 10 silver.
That's all right. I'll hand that back over. I'll be back in a couple days then. Thank you. I go to the front gate.
And as Valenta comes up to the group, and the gates swing open, letting you out to begin your adventure down south to possibly tame a bear.
This is stupid. I want you all to know this is stupid.
Okay.
All right then.
Noted.
It's just like,
Everyone's
all right.
like,
All right. And it takes about a day's almost a day's time to get down to the cave, but you find yourself at the cave's entrance where Valantha had pointed out that there was a bear inside the while you were heading towards Lothering for the first time. As you can see, your characters are on the map. Everyone should have control of said characters, so go ahead and position yourselves like you would be as you're walking into the cave.
I have control of the wrong Mabari.
Who do you have control of?
This one here.
Isn't that yours?
Magnus. No, that's
Oh.
Magnus's. The frame should match.
This one here is mine.
yeah, I
Oh.
had the frames match.
You know what? I'm an idiot. All right, so this should be Magnus's. So this should be Steinbeck.
I'm just going to point out we do not have Mabari character sheets yet.
No, but I did drop earlier. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I dropped in our Discord, our private Discord, that the stats for the Mabari. I can drop it in again if you want.
Yes, because I'm blind.
Okay, no problem. It's just like a quick little
There you go.
screenshot to help.
There we go. Perfect.
There we go. I do not have control of my dog.
Oh no, Imp does for some reason.
Oh, don't touch my doggy.
I
There you
watched.
go.
I watched. I want my bear.
Yay. All right. Actually, I'm good where I am right now.
All right.
The back.
So as you make your way into the put that there for right now. Into the cave, you can actually hear some snoring a little bit deeper into it, kind of giving you the sense that the bear may be sleeping.
I'm gonna
No,
piss
that's
the
just my
whole
dog.
party off.
Oh no.
Or is this, or is this needs this to be a fair fight? So he's going to take his mace off of his back and slam the pommel down into the ground a few times.
I just want to, before that happens, since I knew we were going into a cave and I knew there was going to be a bear in here, I would have done this beforehand.
Is that your mage armor?
Yeah.
Oops. On the wrong
Oh my god, I'm
one.
already hoarding health potions already. Oh shit.
I thought that the moment that you asked if they had health potions. Like, well, the horde starts.
I didn't realize I already had 8 on me.
So, Gallows, thank you for the follow, by the way. I've been missing those, and I apologize for that. As you slam the pommel of your mace down, you see the bear like walk out from around this stalagmite right here, and it kind of stretches and like cracks its neck, and then like just narrows its eyes at the group.
I think Orzus just grins.
Like, and it is a very large beast. You could see numerous scars that cover its body. Like one of its eyes have been slashed by probably what looks to be something that belongs to a large cat. It's definitely one of those sets have seen and survived a lot of fights in its time.
Yeah, Orzus is very happy by this. This makes me super happy. Like, oh, it's not only a bear, it's a bear that's seen some shit and has handled it well. Fantastic.
It's a war veteran bear.
He gets even more excited. It's like he's almost like Thor in Thor Ragnarok when
yes,
he's like, yes,
this bear is metal as shit.
Awesome.
Oh.
Shun, thank you for the sub. You guys drop your hearts and mimics in the chat. Shun dropping the sub on us. Appreciate that very much, sir. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you for the support. Really does mean a lot to us.
So what I'm gonna need everyone to do is I'm going to need some initiative rolls.
All right, I gotta remember how to do
3d6 plus dexterity.
Oh, perfect.
You could just use a dexterity roll. Yeah.
Oh, you can use a dexterity roll.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna go around like this. So, Orzus, what did you roll?
15.
15.
You can actually put your own initiative.
Oh yeah, that's right. You guys can put your own initiative in the tracker, so I don't have to do all that.
I do have a question. Are we playing, unless this is an actual rule, are we playing by D&D rules where the companion now goes the same time as us,
No.
or do we have a completely separate? Okay.
The companion has its own initiative.
Okay.
So the characters and their Mabari will act at different times.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to check. Oh God, we'll go at the same time anyway.
All right, so we got everybody. All right, so the bear is going to go first. The bear got
I like him even more.
The bear has a 17.
Oh, Jeebus.
And he has a speed of 13.
I'm faster than him, bitches. Ah.
So that means that means he can move 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's going right at Orzus as Orzus is just like getting pumped up and everything. The bear's just like, okay, this guy wants to do it. And he just comes up with a claw and just like rears up, like kind of like the bear does to stand up, show up how big it is. And as it does, it even towers over Orzus. As then it just comes down with like this giant swipe of its claws. $23 hit you?
No. Yes, a little bit.
All right, so you're going to take 14 points of damage as this claw just comes down and just right across the front of your body.
Oops. All right. So if I'm remembering right, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I'm minusing my armor from that damage, and that what's left is what I'm actually taking.
Your armor rating reduces the damage, and you just take what's left over.
Okay. Astiza agreed to this because she wants the bear to kill Orzus. That's why, Law.
Steinbeck.
If it happens, it happens.
What are you doing? Oh. Well, Steinbeck is going to go to there. And it's 3d6 plus 3 for their attack.
For Mabari?
Yeah, is that what I'm seeing here?
Let me see. Let me go down here for the Mabaris.
1d6 plus 4.
That's for the damage.
Physical attack.
For the damage from Mabari War Dog is
The attack is +5.
Is it? Oh, yeah, it's +5. My bad. My bad.
So it'd be 2d6 plus 5 if I'm reading that right.
3.
3d6 plus 5, yeah. Oh, and it gets a stunt. Let me go back up to the bear to see if a 16 will hit. A 16 will hit.
Gallows, thank you for the bits. Appreciate that.
Knock prone is. I had this page in front of me. Knock prone is. How many does it get?
You get
3 points. 3 stunts.
He's gonna go with knock prone then.
Okay.
And
then you can go ahead and do the damage for it.
+4.
So 9 damage?
9.
All right. As Steinbeck runs by Orzus as he's getting clawed and bites into the back of the bear's leg with enough force to you see blood spurt out from between his teeth as the bear's leg kind of gives way just enough to put it in a prone position. So anybody who is going to be attacking it until its turn is going to have a +1 to attack.
Ooh.
Estia.
Good puppy.
First, I'm going to move my very short movement speed. So that's right over there. And as funny as it would be to turn this thing into a walking bomb right in front of Orzus, I think I'm just going to use my arcane lance.
To be fair, I thought that was your plan to begin with, was you're going to walking bomb the bear.
I heavily considered it, but the favor that I want from Magnus is more important than making Orzus's pet blow up.
I was gonna say if you did, you better kill Orzus because he would probably kill you for that.
So I'm just gonna use Arcane Lance here, but I will also note I am not going for any fatal hits with any of my attacks.
Okay. It's 4. Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Yeah, does that count the +1 from the prone? Is it like D&D where it depends on whether
any
it's
attack has a +1 bonus to a prone person?
Nice. Okay, so the damage is going to be that 12.
Okay. Orzus.
So I have 2 questions before I determine what my action is.
Sure.
The first one is the harness. Does it have a muzzle on it?
It does.
Okay, it's good to know. The second one is, so I had that cold dagger shard infused on the mace. Does that cause the mace to do more damage?
It causes the mace to now do cold damage and like a cold piercing damage instead of just it does a cold damage now. So where if you were to hit like anything
it's vulnerable to it.
That is vulnerable to it. It will now deal the bonus damage to it and ignore armor. So if you were going against the shade, since you now have an enchanted weapon, you would be able to hit the shade without a problem.
Okay, but it doesn't do more damage.
It doesn't do more damage outright. It just changes the bit of damage that it does.
Okay. So the bear's prone in front of me. In my head, it's kind of half turned belly up almost. So I think we're just going to I don't want to kill it.
Now, if you want to try to tame it, what Valantha did, well, because it's a dog, is she did animal handling. But
Yeah.
with this bear, you're gonna have to like prove that you're worth it.
Yeah, and he kind of knows that because the only way he knows how to tame an animal is just to beat it into submission. Don't abuse your animals, people. That's not what this is about. That's not what I'm saying. But I mean, he's fighting a bear. He knows that like he's going to have to overpower this thing before he even has a chance of like taming it. So I have that mace and I want to use it, but I'm also like, I know that I don't want to mortally wound this thing with it. I also don't want to do a whole bunch of damage to it to where it's going to have to like take 3 days to heal a broken leg or whatever.
So you probably shouldn't use the mace.
I don't know that. Well, I guess bears really have enough meat and padding around the ribs that I think the ribs would probably be a safe target.
They've got some pretty strong hide, yeah.
So I think I'm going to swing the mace and the same thing as HP Fox said. I'm not going for anything lethal. Not trying to do any long-term damage to it either. So probably aiming for ribs and thicker hide areas.
Okay.
With it. All right.
So you're doing the damage, but you're not intending to kill.
Right.
Gotcha.
You know what? I meant to ask if I should be using might for this, but
yeah, you would use might. Okay. So go ahead and roll the might roll.
I kind of want that 6 stunt though. All right, might roll.
You get 3 stunts.
I'll take 3.
You're still going to hit it though, so yes.
Okay. All right, let me go find the stunts real quick. That's exploit. It was 61 on the first book.
Yep.
Okay.
What did I get? 4?
3.
3?
Yeah. 3 stunt points.
I will do Mighty Blow. And yeah, I think that's all we're going to do.
Okay.
Oh, no, wait. We're going to take defensive stance instead of Mighty Blow.
Okay. So that increases your defense by how much?
By 2.
Okay. So your defense rating is going to go up by 2.
Yep. And then I do damage, right?
You do normal damage, yeah. So another 14.
Yep.
As like you bring the mace just up into its ribs, and with that thud, you hear it give out just an audible groan of pain.
Okay.
Darnius.
I have given my faithful hound strict instructions to stay by my side.
And he does as he just sits down and strikes a very majestic looking pose. Magnus.
Oh, so since we're going with we're not trying to kill it. I am going to charge at the bear and bring the flat of the axe across the side of its head.
Okay.
And we want... and it's 1 because it's prone, right?
Yep, +1 because it's prone.
And +1 from the charge, so we roll that.
That'll hit.
And
15. As you bring the flat of the axe down on this bear's head, it just rings its bell. As you can see, like its one good eye just cross in a bit. Saran.
Okay. The bear is still prone, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, because we're not doing long. I'm just gonna have him move in front of me and kind of protect me.
Okay.
She's gonna
And the Valantha.
Not even supposed to be here today.
I want to shoot him in the hindquarters.
Shoot him in the butt.
Yeah.
Again, intent not to kill.
Intent not to kill.
Okay. Well, you hit him and you got 5 stunt points.
Yes. Oh goodness. Okay, let's see here.
This poor bear was just sleeping.
I know. I blame the Kunari. Okay, so I got 5. Oh, let's see here. I'll do defensive stance. It'd be weird if I knocked it prone a second time, huh?
Yeah.
Yep. You can't double prone it.
I was looking
Yeah.
for like a pinning shot or something, and I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, no, it's not. I'm gonna do my rapid reload. And you know what? I'm going to pierce armor.
Which
think that'll
what does Pierce Armor do?
You chink your enemy's armor. Its armor rating is halved, rounded down versus this attack.
Right on. All right, so that's going to hit him. So go ahead and roll the
Okay.
damage. Oh,
Right,
that-
you kind of need that, don't you?
Yeah, I kind of need the damage.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So now that it has fire, it just does fire
It-
damage. There's no additional damage.
There's no additional damage. It just has a fire enchant on it, to where if like anything that's weak against fire is going to take bonus damage.
Okay.
All right, so the bear. So as the fire arrow bites into its hindquarters, it gives out just like this bellowing roar of pain. As a little deeper in the cave, you hear 2 more roars come out in response of it.
Mm-hmm.
As it stands up, and this thing looks like it's on its last legs itself. So what I need to do is I need to bring out the other 2 gentlemen that are in here.
What we don't know is this the baby.
This is
No. What we don't know is their dark spawn in the cave.
God.
God, I swear, if this is a mama bear, I'm gonna be pissed.
Well, those
Oh.
don't look like babies.
Nope.
It's
Okay.
fine. This is...
Oh, is this? Do you still want this one, or do you want to pick another?
Nope. Want this one.
As you can see that these 2 seem to be a little healthier. And they don't seem to have many dents or dings on them, any scars. These appear to be it's probably like the bears it's been raising.
Yeah.
These aren't cubs though. These are full grown.
These are full grown, but they look like they're probably young adult.
That's fine. They should learn how to take care
You're
of
a
themselves by
monster.
now.
You're a
They should have
monster.
learned how
We
to
won't
take care of themselves
try.
by now. It's not my fault.
Leave them alone. We left them alone, and you come in and become a monster.
This bear, even though it's hurt and it's bleeding and it's had better days, it stands up, gives a huff, and like with a strain stands up again, just brings another claw down on top of Orzus.
Do it.
It'll be fine.
Uh, 19 hit you?
Yep.
It'll be fine.
I'm fine with taking the damage from this. It's completely okay to him, actually.
16 points of damage.
All right, so 12. So Orzus is looking a little rough. Like he's clearly rattled from that hit. He's bleeding probably from the mouth a bit, but he's still grinning. He just spits a mouthful of blood down onto the cave floor. Like this is what Brad Pitt in Fight Club leaning over the guy, being completely fine with getting his ass kicked. Kind of reaction from Orzus.
Okay. The next bear hearing the cry of its of what you assume to be its mother. Let's see. It can move 6, so it can move pretty much 30. So whoa.
He got real fat.
There we go.
It's a thick bear.
Charge lets it remove double, right?
Yep.
No,
Yeah.
charge
No?
does not move double. That's where it gets interesting. Oh, where is it? Charge. You may move up to half your speed rounded down,
Gotcha.
but you get a +1 on the attack.
All right. Estia.
So, my dog eats noisily in the background. Orzus clearly stated that he wants the bear that we were fighting, not the other ones, right?
You could see by the kid in a toy store look on Orz's face right now. He's made up his mind of what bear he wants.
Okay, so let's see. That would be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And we can we break up our movement in this one? Like move,
Yes.
attack, move?
You
Okay.
can, as long as you don't move up to your full movement speed, you can.
Okay, so I'm going to move there so that lower bear is within range. And we're going to try and turn that one into a walking bomb.
The one down here?
Yeah. So let's see. Where is that spell on my sheet? There it is. Why can't I ever beat the target number for that damn spell?
Are you sure you're a mage?
Not really. I mean, I'm a level 2 mage, so that didn't work. So we're just gonna use the rest of our movement. We're okay right there.
To peace out.
Yep.
Steinbeck.
Okay. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Wow, these things have a lot of movement. Okay. So Steinbeck is going to charge the back one. And try to drag its front legs out from under it.
All right. So pretty much trying to hoping for a prone attack here.
Yeah, we're going for the drag here. 3d6 plus 6 for the charge.
A 15. Where did my manual go here? There it is. 15 will hit. And you have 2 stunt points.
And that means I should. Yep, that'll give me knock prone.
All right. So I will mark it that it's prone.
d6 plus.
So 7 damage.
Yep.
Okay. Orzus.
So the bear, I mean, other than just rattling my cage a little bit, is looking pretty bad off.
It looks like it's barely hanging on.
Okay. So I don't know how you want to do this because I don't know what the rules are for like grapple. But essentially the idea is that I want to basically headlock the bear, force the muzzle onto its face, and then begin to try to get the rest of the harness around it.
That would just be a straight up strength contest.
Can we use might? Feels like something where like I'm having to use my strength in that in a very specific way to subdue the bear.
Yeah, sure. You can use might.
Fingers
So-
crossed this is the roll that I botched tonight. Could have been a lot better.
So
It's
6, 10,
13,
13, and 13. You tied. All right, we roll again.
Oh wait, I had a stunt point. No, it doesn't matter, right? 'Cause
No,
I
it
said,
does.
yeah,
It definitely does.
Oh. So I have a single stunt.
You have a single stunt, which is, I think the only one you could do is you knock it back
Yeah,
2 yards.
Yeah, I don't want to do because I'm
Okay.
trying to keep it close. So
It has it has 2 stunt points as well.
oh, well,
Oh, no,
I
it's,
should
it's
ask.
a contest. It's a contest. Never mind.
I was gonna say I think stunts only work if you succeed too, and since we tied and we're re-rolling, that's not really a success.
Let's
So we're
see.
re-rolling?
Yep. You roll.
Okay.
We roll again.
This is so
That's-
crazy.
Better. 17 on my end.
You're okay. So you like drop the mace and you just wrap your arms around, like your arm around this thing's like just meaty neck, and you just force the muzzle onto its face, and it's trying to struggle, but you can tell that from all the damage that it's taken that it's a little battle worn at the moment.
So yeah, so the idea is to just like force the muzzle on, get the straps for the muzzle secured, and then like work my way down the body for the rest of the harness.
Okay.
Keeping out of being very careful to keep out of the way of claws.
Give me a handle animal check as well.
What is that? Because I don't have that on my sheet.
Cunning, if I remember correctly.
Cunning?
No, communication.
Communication.
Oh wait,
Both
no,
of those
no. Give me intimidation because of how you're doing this, because you're harnessing it.
That I'm much happier doing than cunning or communication.
Okay, so you put that muzzle on the bear and you begin to do it, and like the moment that muzzle goes over its face, you just feel it give up. It pretty much just lays down and accepts that you've muzzled it.
And I'm gonna, so once I see the kind of body language of the bear change to where it's kind of giving that defeated, I'm gonna, my approach changes as well in response to that. So I'm not going, it's no longer like an intimidation thing. I'm gonna actually like stroke its back and the fur as I'm going around finishing up attaching the harness to it.
All right. Darnius.
Faithful hound being a faithful hound.
All right. Magnus.
Oh, now the two. So we are going to go there, and since the other ones are not going to fall in line, this one's going to take a throwing axe.
All right. That'll hit, and you get 2 stunt points.
We're going to use Mighty Blow.
All right.
So that plus that. So 10.
Okay. As like you throw the axe and it catches it in the shoulder a bit to where you can hear it kind of like shave the bone.
Mm.
All right, other bear. About as far as it can move. Valenta.
I feel so bad for these bears.
We don't have
Doing
to
the
fight
town
them.
a favor.
We could just leave with the one bear.
I know.
I've got
All
what I
right.
came for.
Yeah, no shit. Okay, yeah. Seeing that it's somewhat tamed now, I guess, or at least submissive, she's gonna go ahead and aim for this one.
Which one?
This one right here.
The top one. Okay.
Yeah. Where'd my sheet go?
Mm-hmm.
It's over there.
I look at it this way: we're doing the town a favor.
Well, the good news is he did offer, God, what was it? 5 gold or something to do this.
This is true. There is a reward on these bears.
Yep. On a bear.
So if we come back with 3,
that will definitely hit.
2 dead, 1 alive.
Cool.
2 dead, 1 alive.
Yeah, so we get just 2 then. Just 2. Maybe, I don't know. Damage.
Jesus.
Nice.
Yeah.
Saran.
As a bonus action, I'm gonna be like, sick 'em boy, and have him run. Aha! You just make it.
What? 16. That's 8.
It's 8 squares. 1. Yep. And he's gonna go ahead and he's gonna take a chunk out of this bear. So the bite attack is okay. On 3.
I'll make sure to get the things set up for this for next week.
No worries.
Okay.
How much did you roll? 17?
13.
13? I think a 13 hits. Let me check.
And 2 stunt points on that.
It does hit. And 2 stunt
Awesome.
points.
Okay, so let me set up the damage real quick. For stunts, what is he gonna do?
Remember their favorite permanent mighty blow.
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do mighty blow.
Okay.
So I'll do this one.
Ooh.
And then for the next one, it's just 1d6. I don't add the
1d6.
dexterity.
Yeah,
correct?
it's just additional 1d6. All right. So the bear that Orzus is trying to tame here.
We're monsters.
No, it doesn't do anything. It just lays there.
Aww.
This bear though, that is not really happy that it just caught a throwing axe to the face. We're gonna go up and say hi to Magnus as it again just swipes at him with his claw. $15.
Yes.
Okay. You're gonna take, wow, a whole 9 points of damage.
Okay.
Estia.
I don't know if we're planning on fighting these guys till they're dead or running, but just in case, I'm gonna throw an arcane lance at this one here.
All right, the one that Saran is on.
Yep. And that is, where's my, there it is.
Yep, that will hit.
That will hit, nice. Okay, so it's gonna take 12 of the piercing damage, I think it is.
Alrighty.
And then I'm gonna move back over here.
Steinbeck.
Oh. Little Steinbeck, you are going to that. So he is going to swing around to behind the bear again and try to grab that other back leg.
All right. Oh, 5 stun points.
Alrighty. So that means that mouse. I can't remember. Can we stack mighty blows?
No. Oh wait,
Okay.
no. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Yeah. So he is going to do 2 shots of that then, which should be.
Oh wait. Let me see here. Let me double check the stunt rules here. So I'm not saying it wrong. No, you can only perform a given stunt once in a round.
Okay. So he's going to do knock prone and mighty blow then.
There you go. Prone again.
And since it only applies once, that's going to be 2d6.
All right, so 12.
12 and
I'm waiting for the other d6 from Mighty Blow.
oh no, that was in there.
Oh, okay.
I put both in there, sorry.
Gotcha. All right. So again, Cybeck just like easily hamstrings this this poor bear. Orzus.
All right, let me check what my movement was real quick. Speed is 11.
All right, at this point in time. Oh, okay. So you're gonna go after the other one. I gotcha.
Yeah, I figured this one is like it's given up, it's laid down. Like he didn't do anything last turn because he was kind of feeling defeated. So I'm okay kind of leaving them there. He's also muzzled. Gonna go deal with the threat.
Okay.
So picking my mace back up, I'm gonna stride over to where Valenthra's dog is, and who I don't know the name of because I wasn't introduced properly. But take a big swing with my mace and try to crack this one's skull.
Alrighty.
Let's see. Might or intimidation
For what?
for the attack.
Might.
Okay.
Might is the attack. That'll strike.
Okay.
Wait, will it? 4, 7. Yeah, that hits.
All right, and then damage.
13. So you bring the mace down over this thing's head with like a sickening crack, but it's still standing. You see like blood trickling down its head and down across its eyes.
Oh.
Dog that constantly poses.
Going to pose more right over here.
Strike a pose, puppy.
That
Magnus.
dog is my armor.
All right, and I'm just gonna wind up and take the axe to this thing's head. And it's prone.
Uh, 6, 10, that'll hit.
And I get 2 stunt points.
Yep.
So, how high is the roof in here?
It's pretty high.
Good. So I'm going to use. I got 2. I'm going to use 2 ranks of skirmish on this.
Okay. So 15 damage, and skirmish knocks him back 2 yards for each one.
There's more vertical than back in this case. 6 yards.
So you just knock him 6 yards up into the air.
Yep.
All right.
Face first.
So
straight up.
all of you just see Magnus uppercut this bear with his axe, and it just goes straight up in the air and then just comes down with a loud thud.
Damn.
All right, so the bear that is currently being double teamed is taking a claw swipe at Sauron. So 14 hits Sauron.
Let me see here. It does. Oh, it just hits him. Yeah.
All right, Saran is going to take 12 points of damage.
Okay.
And he has 4 stunt points on top of that.
Oh, damn.
So he is going to use knock prone and something that they have a special one called quick bite, which allows them to follow up a successful attack with a quick bite as a special stunt. The bite attack must be taken against the same target as the original. Doubles on the bite do not generate more stunt points. Okay, so it's going to try to bite Saran as well. So that is this one. 16.
16 hits, yes.
All right, so the bite is going to do another 9 points of damage, so a total of 21.
Okay.
As it just swipes Saran off, swipes at Saran, is like Saran tries to like block it, like turn its side to block it a bit. It just gets bit as well. Valantha.
Seeing that my Mabari just got like
wrecked,
I'm gonna whistle to call him over and take a shot at this guy again, because I am no likey. No likey at all.
That will not hit.
Nope.
Okay, Saran.
He's coming back.
Okay, and that brings us to the top of the order. Do you guys want to, because we've went a little over time tonight, you guys want to put this on, press the pause button for this one and pick it up next week?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so we will go ahead and pause the fight here at the top of the battle with one of the bears in a harness on its turn and 2 other ones currently locked in combat with our group.
Oh, yeah, goodness. Sounds good. You guys, if this is your first time here, thanks for being here. We appreciate it. We're going to go on a raid here in just a minute, show our love and support to another channel here on Twitch. Before we do, though, I want to take a minute to say thank you guys for being here tonight. Appreciate the subs, appreciate the bits, appreciate the follows. Thanks for listening to me rant about things. I haven't had a chance to rant in like 2 weeks, so I had to get it out of my system. Before we go, Roja Quest, who are you? What do you do on the internet?
I am Rojan Quest. You can find me here 3 nights a week, every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday, either DMing games on Tuesdays and Wednesdays or participating in our Dragon Heist game on Sunday. As well as you can find me on my own channel where I stream every Monday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, playing a variety of games as we raise money for Extra Life and the Lauren Small Children's Center.
Right on. HB Fox, who are you? What do you do on the internet?
I am HB Fox, and like Rojan, I am here 3 times a week. I, on the other hand, though, do not stream, but I do work very closely with the Hunter Wild on pretty much everything we do over on that channel. And I am also 1/3 of the heads behind Streamer Square.
Right on. Ravenslark.
I am Ravenslark. I am a variety caster on Twitch. Currently, we are finishing up a heavily modded XCOM 2 run. And then we're going to probably be moving on to some Risk of Rain 2 and some other lovely stuff as well. On top of that, I am here currently Wednesdays with these amazing people playing the very disconcerted dwarf who really doesn't know
what he's got.
Why everyone is so angry.
Yeah.
All right, Zoro, who are you?
I am Zoro for Me 3. I am a variety caster / creative streamer on Twitch where I play games that are RPGs, story heavy, Dead by Daylight, and drawing commissions. I'm hopefully to be back streaming here in the next month or so since I'm currently moving. Otherwise, I'm here twice a week with these awesome people on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, just murder hoboing it up.
Right. Thank you guys for tonight. It was a lot of fun. I'm Ipius. I run Behold Roleplay here on Twitch with the help of my fantastic cast members, my co-GMs, and you guys that come out and watch us play tabletop RPGs and enjoy the stories that we tell and influence me to go try to tame bears for some silly reason. Although it seems to be working out fine. This is fine. I'm not more than half dead. No, what are you talking about? Anyway, we're going to go on a raid. We're going to go raid role players. So what I'd like you to do is grab that raid message, behold a raid, and hit join raid at the top of the chat. We're going to go over there, show them some love and support. I believe they're playing Fallout New Vegas, which is still my favorite Fallout game because Obsidian actually knows how to write stories, but that's another soapbox. We really need a soapbox emote. I think when that next slot opens up, I think a soapbox emote might have to be a thing. But again, thank you guys for being here tonight. Really do appreciate it. It was good to be back after hiatus of dealing with some family stuff. So thank you guys, and we will see you next time.